fully work. To grab 3 Booyahs in a row, and suddenly
Судишка просто врывается в упор, начинает расстреливать. Коса работает! Очень мало хп. Алби в упоре, но он ногой первого, ногой второго, максимум.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone else in between, to the EMEA Invitational. $200,000 on the line, where we'll be seeing the top 12 teams of the EMEA region battle it out across the different maps. Taking you through this will be the wonderful, the illustrious, Abstract, aka Eugene, who's off to my left, right? I can't even tell, and also myself, Tom Pickering. How you doing, Eugene?
Well, today has been great. We've just concluded the Audible squads previously a few hours ago, and of course, gotta have to congratulate Vastamundo on that front. So they should be able to come over to the EMEA Invitational with quite a momentum and maybe a little bit of a confidence onto themselves. I would love to see if whether they will be able to show us a great performance here as well.
They have, had a good start to the day. They won lots of money already. Maybe they're going to be looking to try start out, finish off the day rather, with a huge lead. Obviously, we've got a really interesting format of today, which we'll be going through very shortly, or rather, a very awesome video will be taking you through that as well. I'm extraordinarily excited to see how they do. We have seen obviously Vastamundo and the rest of EU not really do very good when it comes to the Continental Series or just like widespread series at all. So I really want to see them prove themselves, as well as some of the other teams like Na'Vi and Trident. I mean, the CIS region are just scary, aren't they?
Indeed. We have seen before what kind of performance they are able to put out for us, but for now, I believe that we do have something more important, and that is to run down with you guys what the format is like. Take a look.
Hi, survivors. The moment you've been waiting for is finally here. It is time for Free Fire EMEA Invitational. The Free Fire EMEA Invitational will be a unique event where the best teams in the EMEA regions can fight against each other to prove they are the best. A total of 12 teams from the CIS, Europe and Middle East, and North Africa regions will compete in 2 stages of competition in the EMEA Invitational. The Preliminaries from 20th to 21st November and the Finals on 27th November 2021. The EMEA Invitational will begin with the Preliminaries, where the top 4 teams will be qualified from the CIS, Europe and Middle East, and North Africa Pro League. A total of 6 rounds will be played for both the Preliminaries and the Finals on our Battle Royale maps in the order of Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory, then repeat again on the map rotation. At the end of each round, teams will receive points based on their placement, and each kill will be awarded 1 point. Booyah, on the other hand, will earn you 12 points. The points earned at the Preliminaries are calculated on a daily basis. At the end of the Preliminaries, there will be an additional head start points awarded to the top 4 teams of each day in the Preliminaries. And that means a team can get a maximum of 8 head start points. These head start points earned at the Preliminaries will be carried forward to the Finals, where their rankings of the day will be decided with the head start points and the points at the Finals. Only one team will be crowned as the champion in the Free Fire EMEA Invitational. So, are you with us?
Oh, well, tell you what, that format video was fantastic, but let's introduce the teams that are coming in today. So from the MENA region, we've got 4 wonderful teams, including Notorious, Shift. What about the CIS region abstract?
Well, it does seem like we have quite a lot here, but namely the biggest one that we should be looking out for is Trident and Na'Vi. But we shouldn't, of course, forget about Beeline as well as Silence. While for the European team, I'm pretty sure that, well, Tom and both of us are very familiar with all four of them.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously got Mundo, Vaseran, Grub, Esports, and also Silver Spore, who still in the back of my mind need to prove themselves. They fell out of the Ultimate Squad. They couldn't quite compete against even the likes of Grub, Esports, and a few others. So I am really interested to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table against the rest of these teams, which have got some legendary players in. I mean, if you just, if you think of Free Fire in the CIS, you think of Na'Vi and Silence and also Trident. But talking about Na'Vi, we've obviously got some legendary players here. I mean, Skyrex and Virginia as well, two absolutely beasts when it comes to actually playing these games on the world stage. Going all the way back to 2019, Na'Vi have been just absolutely smashing out of the ballpark when it comes to just competing on this. And obviously, like, Na'Vi as a brand and as a team has just been outdoing themselves the whole time.
Well, when we're looking at the next one, of course, looking at Beeline. At least for Tom and I, we don't have a lot of understanding for Beeline, so I really hope that they will be able to show us what exactly they will be able to make out for themselves. But for what we know is that they were from Esports or Rig team, which took second place at the Free Fire Pro League CIS Season 3, which managed to get them a total of $40,000. So we gotta have to watch out for them exactly what they have got for us. But when it comes down to all the other teams, pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, talking about scary, here we have a Trident, and I don't even say it. Most of these names are just scary. We've got a power ranking that we're going to discuss in a moment, and they're definitely up there on there. I mean, Trident, they come from a couple of different teams, including the Sabrina CHR team. And I mean, altogether, I think they've won about $189,000 within Free Fire, which is just an insane amount, especially for the whole of sort of EMEA and the CIS region. And I mean, some of these players are ex-Silence teams as well, and they actually played at the Free Fire Singapore World Series.
But when it comes to the Silence of this EMEA Invitational, you would have been looking at their roster and just thinking, well, they're not exactly the same Silence anymore, are they? Well, not exactly, because the Silence that we are looking at here was from No New Era team. And of course, the captain here, Dandy, right? That only person that we know much about, and of course, the one and the most respected and, of course, experienced captain within the region. While the next one we gotta look out for, of course, is gonna be Mundo. A lot of players, a lot of viewers have been hyping them up quite a lot, and understandably why.
They are an absolute beast. If you just have a look at a couple of these players, and they've already warmed up today. They've got the blood flowing. They're looking to try and come in here and take a win. We interviewed Lucca, earlier in the day, and he was super confident, and it was brilliant. And they'd also obviously just beaten Grub Esports. Now you see on your screen, and these players are nothing to sniff at either. I mean, you just look at Fire XL, Gringo, Nunes, and a couple of the others. Like, all these players are absolute beasts. Led by Fire XL. I mean, he definitely is the, I guess, the heavy hitter in the team, would you say?
Yep, we have seen what kind of thing Fire XL is able to bring within the games, but for the Outdoor squads at least, Gringox has also showed what he's made of. While Vaseran, though, came off a little bit short when it comes down to fighting against Mundo and Grub Esports, and most of this talk are, referencing to Outdoor squads because it has been pretty recent, but that was more onto the Clash Squad mode. But for Vaseran right now, we have seen a little bit of a change here and there, and of course, the one and only that has stayed with us is going to be Papax as well as Elmas09.
And here we have it, FFesports. Probably the odd one out for us when it comes to it. They entered into the Ultimate Squad and through the Free Fire Pro League Europe Edition through the Turkish League, which was slightly different. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do here on the world stage. Chef and it's like Madness. These are a couple of absolutely crazy players. I thought they had another one as well, Stabil, but apparently not. He's not going to be in the running for this tournament. Maybe he has left. But let's move on to the next region, MCES. I have seen these guys in a couple of other games. Haven't really seen too much of them within Free Fire. They have achieved a couple of hits here for us. So I'm interested to see what they can prove to me personally, as they have, got first place in Season 4 in the Free Fire Arab League. So that's definitely an interesting turn of events for them.
They have quite a big shoe to fill when it comes to allowing other people know what they are made of and of course how good they are, because unfortunately kind of underperformed in Season 3. Well, speaking of underperform, I wouldn't exactly say that for Nagasaki Esports because they are a new team in the league and of course promoted from the Open Qualifiers tourney. And well, all in all, we don't have a lot of information on Nagasaki because they are new, yes, but they managed to score second in FFAC Season 1 in terms of the circuit point, as well as the placing second in the Free Arab League Season 4.
And now Shift, these guys, we've seen a bit about these guys in the past, and they're definitely up there on the power ranking as well. In the sort of warm-up games we saw for these guys, they were a little bit scary. They are coming in with some firepower, and they managed to take down the likes of Trident and Co. It was up in warm-up games, so I'm interested to see what they're able to achieve on the real table. They have won the Free Fire Arab League a couple of times, actually Season 1 and Season 2, so it has been a while since that, but we'll move on to N9. Again, I would say they're probably the biggest underdogs of this whole tournament.
Yep, we don't also have a lot of information, unfortunately, when it comes to MENA teams, slightly outshadowed when it comes to the other regions, but this is why we would love to see them coming up. When it comes to M9, they scored 8th place in FFAC Season 1 in the circuit point and 4th place in the Free Fire Arab League Season 4.
Well, let's have a look at the prize pool. $200,000 abstract. This is just absolutely insane. $5,000 for the 12th position. I'm just going to start there because that's $5,000 for playing over, what was it, 18 games, which is just crazy. But then all the way up to $50,000 for getting first place, 30 for second, 25 for third, and then you got 4 for 20,000. I mean, wouldn't you like a bit of this prize pool?
Yeah, I would definitely want to. I mean, we're looking at a total of 12 teams that are coming into the EMEA Invitationals. So in the end of the day, even if a certain team didn't really quite perform the best they could ever show, at least they will be going back home with a decent amount of money into their pockets. As you can see, the last 3 teams, 10th, 11th, and 12th, they will still go back home with 5,000. But if you manage to break through the 10th place, 9th, 8th, and 7th, you still have $10,000, and that is absolutely insane.
Well, having a go going on from the prize pool to the actual maps and the format we're going to be seeing on here. You obviously saw in the format video how it's actually broken down, but on your screen we'll take it through for you as well. First game is going to be Bermuda, second one Kalahari, Purgatory is going to be the third one, and then we go all the way back to Bermuda, and then Kalahari, then Purgatory. Personally, I'm super excited for Purgatory. What about you? Which one are you hyped for?
Well, I'm always hyped for Bermuda because it always comes up at the front of the cycle. So at least when it comes to Bermuda, it gives us a really nice, fresh feeling into the game. And speaking of fresh, it does so coincidentally have one of the characters that's just kind of swimming around onto the ocean. I mean, let's be honest, who doesn't want to have a dip in there?
Well, talking about fresh air, I mean, Purgatory, he's flying through the air. Right on that picture. So I think they're both good contentions. Kalahari, though, is going to be an interesting one. I would probably say that Kalahari really is the random one that we can't be 100% sure on. But guys, if you are there at home, which hopefully you are, you need to be making sure you are sharing this live stream, the YouTube link with all your friends and family across any of the channels on the English, the Romanian, and any of the other ones, including the Russian and Portuguese as well. Because if you do that, if we get to 5,000, you're going to get the Lethal Finstone, the Stoof Mini Uzi, the Weapon Loot Crate. 7,000, you get some Incubator vouchers. 9k Mystic Seeker Loot Crate and Weapon Royale voucher. 12,000 viewers is Room Card plus a Weapon Royale voucher. And what did I get for 15k there, Abstract?
Well, this is it. It is the Light Surfer, a permanent skin for all of you guys. So why stop at 5,000? Aim for the biggest prize milestone that we have for all of you, and that will be unlocked once we have over 15,000 views across all of the language. So you're gonna have to pop every single one of your tabs, every single one of the devices, pop yourself into the EN stream, pop yourself in the PT and the RO stream. Make sure that you clock up all of that viewership and help everyone and yourself get yourself that 15,000 milestone, because let's be honest, that is everything that we all have been gunning for. And that pretty much wraps up the introduction that we gotta have to tell you guys about, right? When it comes down to the teams, comes down to the prize pool, looking at the maps as well, boy oh boy, the EMEA Invitational is starting to get really heated up. And with the new format coming in, well, technically say that we are starting the entire event in a very fresh start.
Yeah, we are. I mean, there's a lot of teams in here who are going to be going fairly hard, but at the same time, are they going to be playing the first game fairly like just open, be like, okay, where's everyone going to go? What's going on? Which is why I think like Bermuda definitely is one of the most interesting maps, because it's always at the start of the rotation. But then by the time they get round to Purgatory, they're like, oh, hell yeah, we're going to go full on aggressive. Because Purgatory, to me, is always about playing aggressive, like hyper aggressive. We have had a couple of games and maps during the obviously Pro League for EU that was just finished, where people were actually going very chaotic on Bermuda, but then going very quiet on Purgatory, so it's throwing us off, which was good fun. At the same time, a little bit disconcerting on their side, but I'm really interested to see what these guys are doing. Do you have any teams that you're watching out for? What about the power ranking we discussed?
Right, so when it comes down to the power rankings, understandably, we have seen the EU teams quite a lot. So looking at Vastamundo, Grow Up, and Vaserar, they all look so good. And understandably, we will always be able to put Vastamundo in one of the podium finishes. But unfortunately, when we are looking at the CIS and we're looking at the MENA side, CIS teams, they are looking pretty darn scary. A lot of high-profile names running right through the board. And not to forget, we have Trident Clan, we have Na'Vi. So we gotta have to look out for these three teams. And I do believe that the first game is within our reach.
Yes, let's get this started. We're going to be hopping over in towards Bermuda from the north to the south. The plane line is going to be dropping these mad lads all across the map. Some of them are going to be trying to go towards Sentosa to try and get that high loot zone. But like you said, we've got a power ranking here, and it is going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Trident, Na'Vi, Vastamundo, Shift are at the top of our, within that order of what we expect to see come out on top, at least for today, from our opinion. And I think we could be seeing that quite a bit. And if you have a look at the spread out, what do you make of it?
Well, it does appear to see that most of these teams will always want to head themselves more towards the western side, which I can technically understand with how western edged the flight path really is. So it does make sense that all of these players would just try to drop themselves as close as possible and not to get themselves in a really bad spot. But speaking of a really bad spot, it does seem like Vastamundo have put themselves in a really bad place, and right in front of him is going to be Kadarov from the side of Trident. Crusher absolutely taken down, and there's just not going to be a lot of places for him to work around with. And Laka comes into the rescue of his fellow friend, but I don't think that they will be able to help Crusher at all. A all full fight going on here. Blazer at the top of the fight with this status, unable to do quite much. There is going to be a bubble, the time turner, that's going to be popped up, and unfortunately, the two teams in our power rankings have already met with one another, and Vastamundo has been wiped out of the game right sub 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, funnily enough, the first kill was actually done by Beeline versus Vaysera, as we see Papa go straight out. We were wondering if he was going to show his face today, and he has actually popped up. Unfortunately, wiped right out the first map right away. And what a face-off between those first couple of teams. We're going to be seeing some more combat right now. We should be seeing a potentially knock, but Shoxy misses a couple of his bullets. He's going to get backed up by his teammate. We're going to see what they're going to be doing. In the top right, we can see Na'Vi getting destroyed by Shift. The oil barrel is taken down too. Oh, I'm so intrigued to see what happens now. Hopefully we have highlights of that moment, as Beeline are currently still going in for the chase down and should be able to take down. Oh, come on, get your gun up, Buster.
A little bit of a slow pacing game, but sweet! Managed to find himself with a time turner right in the nick of time. Right as Reaver have decided to turn around the corner. But doesn't seem like that is going to be it just yet. Most of the members coming from the side of Vaysera. It's just going to be on a dark goods chase. And now it is going to be Fronta, the next person that has been knocked down. And Skyrix, oh well, with that, with the barrel, unfortunately. And now Cheater, the last member remaining. It doesn't seem like he's able to do quite much now that it is all alone. The way that the teams are playing right now, it does appear that they are throwing all caution into the wind, and they don't really care too much about strategies. They just want to drop in, go in for a couple of kills, and hopefully that will propel them over to the top. I don't know what to make out of this game plan, but Tom, personally, after listening to all of those format changes and the fact that whatever that you do here will only affect today and getting yourself a head start point, what would you have done?
I mean, I wouldn't have gone to that exact location. I mean, I don't think actually Vostamundo or Vaysera, I don't think either one of them turned up to the warm-up games yesterday. So I think they actually put them at a disadvantage because they had no idea where these other players were going to be dropping. And so I think that was just unfortunate. And oh, here we go. N9 versus Nagasaki. These two teams drew out in warm-up at exactly this location. N9 came up on top that time. Well, actually, sorry, Nagasaki. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again this time. They have got a couple of knocks, but they haven't got any flushes just of yet. And I think they might be down a player currently. N9 have to be careful. I don't think they can actually afford to really drop down or lose any players at this point.
And now, for the side of Nagasaki Esports, it does seem like they are adhering to the grenade meta as much as they can. We do have a couple of grenades that is currently in the utilities belt of the side of Nagasaki. Unfortunately, Ivar has already been taken down, and thus, with the numbers disadvantage, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough for them to actually pick up this fight against N9. At least for one is, he knows that there are 3 persons right in front of him in this giant warehouse, but I don't think that he thoroughly know that there's another N9 player right at the top. But in the end, it is going to be Nagasaki in the end picking up the kill onto Victor. So now that the score point, or rather the numbers from both of these teams have been equalized, there could be a chance for Nagasaki to actually try to win this round out.
I think there's definitely going to be a big opportunity here. N9 are going to be down to 2 players, actually, and they might get pushed down, but Krill going to get the knockdown on Sten, and this is their chance to be able to try and get some revenge. Now the tables have been turned and potentially more equalized. They just have to get one more shot off. Come on, King could go down. Take him down off his throne. Unfortunately, couldn't get the second knock. And both these teams potentially just going to self-destruct if they're not careful. We're going to be seeing one of these players, Krill, try to get a different kind of position. When I say with the shotgun, has an advantage up close if he can actually land those shots. King, meanwhile, holding up above, trying to make sure he can help out his teammates and make sure they have a full area control. Krill's position is well known. Stin with the MP5 there, looking to go in for distant shots, but it's going to probably be King from above. Krill going to be able to take down Stin, finally getting some revenge there, but no actual flushes yet. And come on, King, you have to hit better than that. Managed to hit 2 shots, but no kill.
Oh, whipping out his shotgun, almost trying to get a kill down on the Krill, but hey, at least that is possible to drop him all the way down to half health. And in the meantime, you can see from the kill feed, Cheater 9 has been eliminated. That is going to be 2 of the European teams that has been eliminated already. And that, although is really grim for the European side, it is not necessarily the end of the day just yet. But for now, N9 eliminated by their own regional teams. One of the MENA teams has also been eliminated, and thus 9 team remains within of Bermuda.
Wow. Well, that's what you get. We saw Nagasaki come to his exact same spot during the warm-up, and they managed to take the win. And Nine just potentially being a bit too stubborn and refusing to give up an area and potentially go for the bigger picture play. So you know what? They've got 1 point, but that's 1 point. That's it. That's all they're going to get, which is pretty disappointing. But as we look at the circle, it's you know what? This is as vanilla and as default as these kind of circles get. This is either going to go down towards Clock Tower or like in between Clock Tower and Peak. Like you can't get any more vanilla than this kind of thing. We do have Grub Esports and Civisport who are still in from the sort of Europe. Well, it's not even Europe, to be honest. It's a lot like Turkey isn't part of Europe. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how both of those teams actually come through and perform, especially with how we've seen Trident and obviously Beeline perform already versus the two other EMEA teams.
Well, for now, we're just going to be taking a look and understanding how this circle meets up, because it is literally right smack in the center of circle. And if you remember, the flight path started off a little bit more towards the western side. So if they do want to split up and of course bump from one place to another, you can pretty much expect that there are understandably more traffic going on in the western part of this current circle, but it should be relatively well spread out. There should be teams in the eastern side, there should be teams in the southern side, and no matter what it is, as long as you find yourself in right smack in the middle of this current circle, it wouldn't be too bad. In fact, getting yourself in the peak could actually be a really good idea, which I'm not too sure whether that is going to be the case all in all, and if whether there are any teams in peak, because I don't quite remember about that. But I would say, and I will literally put my coin down and say that hiding in peak could get you far into the next two circle, and it does seem like there is no one in peak after all. So I wouldn't be surprised if not V will make their way into peak after finishing their loot around in Cape Town.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been watching Shift try to get the rotate in, and there's still three of them outside of the circle right now. And Pablo, he's just nowhere to be seen at the very sort of southern side of Sentosa, so he's got a long way to run. And also, I don't know if there's actually any vehicles nearby for him to drive from. Trident, we're having a look at these guys. There's actually one guy who seems to be FK in the blue, but unfortunate there. They have got 4 kills though, so it's looking rather good for them. They took out, obviously, Vustamundo, one of our prediction teams to be in the sort of top sort of power teams, and Vustamundo were a little bit lackluster. They almost turned it around, if you remember. They got like a knock or two, but they just didn't have the real sort of firepower. They didn't get manage to loot anything either, so they were just at a massive disadvantage during that whole encounter. And you know what? They put themselves in that situation. You got to land smart, you got to play smart, and you got to know when to try and disengage.
Anything within the flight path is understandably gonna be a hot spot, and they still went for it anyway. And to be honest, I wouldn't exactly blame them, right? They, of course, have a very good understanding of their own marksmanship, and when it comes down to playing the game together, I would say that they are definitely top-notch. But unfortunately, you can't predict everything that happens in the game. So if you happen to find yourself being snuck out by the opponents and they got a sneaky kill out of you, then your team will already have a disadvantage, and from that point onwards, it could be a downward spiral. But for now, let us just take a look at the map, since we do have the advantage of doing so. The current circle has now put itself right on top of Clock Tower, so apparently putting yourself in peak may not be that good of an idea after all. They decided to deviate away from the eastern side and lean more towards the western, which is pretty darn scary, because a lot of these teams would have been in the western part of the map anyway. So none of these teams would find themselves in any form of trouble, at least when it comes to the early circles, when it comes to the storm.
Oh, I'm not quite sure what he's doing on that bike, but he's decided to be a little bit risky, coming in here and taking a couple of shots with his teammates from a distance over towards Nagasaki, and they might just be able to go up against each other and find a couple of kills. Nagasaki obviously at disadvantage with one person down, and Ivar is a solid player, so they are going to have to be a little bit careful, especially going up against Trident, who are a formidable foe. Obviously, at this distance and without the sort of knowledge that we have, they don't know this is obviously Trident, and so might play potentially a little bit over aggressive, but Trident are just going to ignore them and move out. But the thing is, they could move out of the circle towards the north, which it looks like they are for some reason, or they can move further into towards the circle. And we've obviously got Nagasaki going in towards the strip area here. Interestingly, FFesports and Beeline are very close together, and there's also going to be shifts coming up right next to them. And we also don't know where Na'Vi is going to land either.
Well, we're starting to see a little bit more vehicles going around. We have saw Shift doing exactly that, and I believe that one of the members from the side of Trident was riding a motorbike. I'm not exactly sure if they are doing what I think it is, whereby the Asia community has started to do this, and that is going to be called that Misha meta, right? Literally just going to be driving from place to places, because the afterburner passive is the one that really gives you a higher driving speed, and damage taken while being in a vehicle has been reduced as well. So there have definitely been some Asia team that decided to pick Misha up, but at least for now, most of these teams we are looking out for has been using Chrono, and of course having that time turner is very important when it comes down to duels. But will any of these teams actually pick up Misha? That is going to be the biggest question. Although, at least for me, right, it kind of feels a little bit gimmicky, because it just doesn't seem to fare very right. Because in the end, Free Fire is all about, well, firing at people. So if you lose in fights, there's really no point of doing anything else afterwards.
Yeah, no. I actually quite like the idea of vehicle metas, and I don't think like even yet, obviously, if you have the advantage of having obviously the certain player or character rather, then that makes sense even more so. But even without it, I think using some vehicles for certain rotations makes sense. You're going to be a lot harder to hit, and the vehicle's going to take that initial damage as well. And actually, we're going to be seeing Fire Exile popping off with the AWM, and this is what he's best at, taking these sniping shots. He's already got a knockdown and a flush on Nagasaki, and that's going to be massively a massive disadvantage for them. They've now only got 2 players abstract, and that is not going to be looking very good for them. But meanwhile, FFesports versus Beeline, they're both going to be in this sort of clock tower arena. Not sure who knows who's where, and yeah, I mean, actually somehow Na'Vi have lost 2 players. I kind of missed out what happened there. I think it might have been Shift at the start who took 2 of them out with the oil barrel, if I remember correctly. And so he's managed to stop there with the vehicle. He hasn't jumped out immediately, which is a bit of an interesting turn of events. But they are trying to work out, okay, where do we actually go from here? And I don't know if there's too many places they can go. Oh, but MC, yes, they're just getting absolutely destroyed by a Fire Exile now, but there has been a reverse knock as well, so they do have to be a little bit careful. We'll see which one of these teams. Dowley is going to be able to take a lot of damage there. He's going to be able to knock down 1. Borum as well is going to be trying to make his way in. His feet are trying to carry him as far as he can, but doesn't look like he's going to be in too much luck for MCS. Going to get shot from behind. Fire Excel does even more damage. Meanwhile, FFesports being absolutely shredded by Beeline, who are now the new kill leaders, who must be close to 8 kills. There we go. FFesports going to be out in 9th position. Europe currently doing trash aside from Fire Excel and his team, who's got 2 kills to his name. And he's just got another knockdown. The 3rd knock, I think, on this single player. Now they're going to be going in for the nades, but the time turners and the glue walls are going to be doing big favors here, blocking out the damage. He's now going to be destroying these walls, trying to help out his team. But he's going to be running out of bullets if he's not careful. We don't have unlimited bullets in this version, unlike in some versions of the whole squads. But the glue walls are just coming out left, right, and center for these guys. It's going to be super hard for them to be able to try and sort this out. We'll wait and see what they're going to be able to do. Gringo and Nunes and Co are down below, trying to see what's going on. Might be able to knock down one of these players as well. Going in for the headshots. Fire XL doing a fantastic job there. Going to be able to get another 2 knockdown on the Silence team. You know what, Grow Up Esports? If you want to carry the Europe banner, I'm more than happy to see you do that. Fire XL doing the best so far in the whole of Europe. Na'Vi going to be going down, with one of the kills going to Gringox rather, and now we're going to have to see these guys just push in, and unfortunately they're in such a disadvantage of trying to rotate in, but Fire XL going to be pushing in and actually taking down 2 of the players with the help of Diablo, just looking absolutely beautiful on their side. And Fire XL is just going to be trying to heal up here on the edge. There's just no way in for him, but at least he's going to get a couple of kills and hopefully a couple of placement points as well from staying alive this long with Silence. They've managed to get all 4 of their members alive. because unfortunately, FireXL wasn't able to get the flushes on those 2 kills. And that's it. FireXL goes out, and that's going to be Grub Esports going out in 5th position, down to the 4 players, which is going to be Trident, Beeline, and Shift. And also Silence, who are up at the top, the sort of northern side of the map. Going up against these guys, with Beeline going to be in a super difficult position. They're fairly healthy right now, but as soon as they have to move, they're going to have to go out in the open versus multiple other teams. They're going to be taking a lot of firepower. Shoxy, they're going to be able to take down Diablo. Nicholas going to be joining in from the sidelines as well, as we go into one of the final circles here. Shoxy.
Oh no, Shoxy. It does seem like Nurse is just gonna be knocked down. Oh, Shoxy as well, down with all of the grenade coming in by Katarov. Nicholas just gonna be coming right in as well. Beeline, unfortunately, 2 of the members just gonna be remaining. However, Nicholas with only half HP. Shoxy was on the ground, but he did manage to get himself right back up. While Trident, they're currently in a very bad situation as Grozny went straight in for the grenade launcher. Gets him right down, but it doesn't seem like the fight is gonna be over just yet. Nicholas is on a S6. They are still working around. They are able to see Silence going on through. Wow. Continues to go down for the fire, brings Donmu down as he goes for a very short swing up, but unfortunately didn't really quite find himself with the kills on from behind, because he was tunnel vision with what was going on, and thus Silence managed to get themselves the booyah with Dandy as the MVP.
And what a play by them, getting themselves 9 kills, but that's not really too much compared to Beeline, who managed to get themselves 14 kills. 4 kills in Trident, absolutely fantastic. And I think a special mention to FireXL, who managed to get himself a bunch of headshots. I think he probably got the most headshots in the whole of this game with his sniper. He really is just the sharpshooter out of all of them. But unfortunately, the rest of his team couldn't quite move MCES out of that tower in time. So it really cost them dearly as they went later into the actual game. But either way, wow. Let's have a look at the highlights and see. And you know what, we can talk about a couple of these, and it's going to be a little bit painful because right here at the start, Crusher just gets absolutely demolished. Same with Lakau as well. He managed to get in 1 knock, but unfortunately the jumping shotgun is just too powerful. And Blazer in this really powerful position, but unfortunately doesn't quite utilize it as best as he could have. Jumps down, but he's just got 2 snipers at this point. He's not going to be able to achieve too much. And Beeline, just this was just like Lambs to the Slaughter with Beeline versus Vaysera.
Just from the look of game number 1, it kind of seems as though the CIS team has got a lot of, well, punches to throw over for the EMEA Invitational. The teams are starting to look really darn scary, but I gotta have to say that this double headshot by FireXL definitely rang something in the opponent's ears. Quite literally and in some sense liberally, right? But all in all, I do believe that these teams played their absolute hearts out, except for the first few teams that got knocked out. I would say that they were a little bit unfortunate to a certain extent, and I would say it's for Vastamundo. Well, not exactly to out just yet, but I would love to see what they would have to show us for the next game onwards.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty scary to see what these guys are going to be able to achieve over the next couple of games. Obviously, Silence, they're not really a team we kind of expected to really come out and absolutely smash it, because they're a little bit of a new team in regards to Silence. They're obviously called, was it No New Era, which I found pretty hilarious considering this is a new era of Silence. This isn't the same team that we're used to, but their scoreline definitely is. This is them just smashing way above their potential, their weight limit, or whatever you want to call it in boxing. So I think just a special mention, just well played to them. They did really well to get that first place.
But, well, I think that we gotta have to talk a lot more about Beeline, right? Because most people will probably say float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But for Beeline, they are floating as a bee and stinging like a bee indeed. At the start of the game, they did manage to dominate their way through, and they managed to end the game at 2nd place. Unfortunately, it's not a booyah, but they still have a total of 14 kills to their name, and that is absolutely scary. Despite the fact that they didn't get the booyah, okay, we got that. But when it comes down to that, I am not exactly sure if they manage to beat against Silence just because of the kill count, right? Because understandably, when it comes to 1st place, that is 12 points in placements. But when it comes down to 2nd place, that is 9 points in placements. So we gotta have to take a look out for it later on. But at least this is what we can work around with 6. He got himself a total of 5 kills, and shortly after that is gonna be Niklas, followed by Shoxy, and then Donu. So out of these 4 players, 3 are from B line.
Yeah, that's just absolutely demolishing it. I mean, I'm not too surprised to see Donu there. He was doing really well with trying to get those kills. Sort of tied the third place with Shoxy, to be honest. And Shoxy was just demolishing just Beeline altogether. They were a scary force there, getting 5 kills on the side of 6. Just, yeah, GG, well played to him. I think overall, I am a little bit worried for the rest of the scene outside of obviously the CIS region, because they are just proven themselves time and time again across every tournament that they are really good. But let's have a look at the overall standings and see what it is looking like right now. So Silence, although they got first place with 12 points and 9 points as their kills, they get 21 points. But unfortunately for them, Beeline with those 14 kills just take over, and they managed to get 23 points. So they're actually currently at the top. Trident not too far behind in regards to placement points, but unfortunately with only 4 kills, which was all on Bustamundo, they only bagged themselves 12th. Shift on 10, Grub on 10 as well, with the point decider potentially being on the kills. We'll have to double check on that, with Shift still being in a 4th position. Nakazaki going to be down in 6th. So overall, are you surprised about this these match standings?
Well, I would say that there is a couple of surprises coming in, right? With the fact that Silence did manage to put themselves in a really good spot with 3 of their members that are, technically overshadowed by all of the high-profile players within of CIS. And Dandy, understandably so, he did manage to lead his team. But, Dandy being Dandy, right? Most respected and experienced captain, there must be a reason why he picked these players to play under Silence. And this shows quite a lot. Netting themselves a total of 9 kills and getting themselves Booyah, they have the fundamentals, they have tactics coming in. Or maybe it's too early for me to say anything about tactics, right? Because at least when it comes to looking at day 1, some of these teams threw caution out of the win, or rather caution into the wind, and just play whatever that they can. And that could be an example of what Vastamundo and Vesorar did. So they don't really care too much about these initial games, I would believe, but they were still trying to go for some kills. While Beeline though, it does seem like, well, they took 2nd place in the Free Fire Pro League CIS Season 3 for a reason. And I would want to put them in part of that power rankings as well, because they kind of flew over my head a little bit. And I would love to see them dominate the entirety of day 1 and day 2, because that could be a little bit of a curveball coming in from day number 3. And I think that will set a really great narrative.
I'm super excited to be able to see if Silence going to be able to continue this on. I don't think it was a slam dunk from their side. They did show a lot of weaknesses. We saw actually FireXL, who is still my MVP of this whole thing. He might not have got the top amount of kills, but his headshots were on par, and he was just shooting left, right, and center and just knocking these guys out in the tower and also beyond. He knocked out 2 of the players of Silence, but unfortunately, although he was getting knocks, his team weren't able to get the flushes with the nades when they pushed up close. So it was quite unfortunate in that scenario. But I think overall, Grub Esports, they've got a lot of time to shine. I think it just really depends, Abstract, on if the rest of his team are going to be showing up to actually help finish these players out. Let FireXL get the knocks, but then you have to try and get the flushes. That is really what is going to be making the difference. I think Beeline is definitely the one we should be watching. They're obviously one of the potential ones we talked about being on the power ranking, but didn't quite sort of put them on there. And now we might be looking a little bit silly with those 14 kills. That was absolutely insane. But for now, guys, that first game has been fairly intense. But let's take ourselves off to a little bit break, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a bit of a spicy first game. I'm ready to fly into the next one, which is going to be Kalahari. But I mean, first off, what were your highlights from that first game there? Abstract.
Well, first highlight, I would say probably is the very fact that Fire XL got himself the double headshot on the sniper's tower, right? I didn't really quite see much, but one thing for sure is that he got quite some accuracy there, and I guess it was very much right for us to say that Fire XL pretty much the big guns of the team, and I really do hope that we'll be able to see more of that from the side of Grow Up. Having said that, I do believe that they have a total of 10 points to their name, which is going to be a rather big deal because at least when it comes to first, second, third, and fourth, they are definitely still in contention for all of that. And if they manage to get themselves within the podium finishes, they should be able to get themselves a nice little head start point, which is going to put themselves in quite a bit of advantage when it comes to the final day itself.
Yeah, I think overall, Grow Up Esports, I would love for them to do really well. The whole Grow Up Esports, the organization itself, is very much like a homely organization that's been around for like nearly 20 years now in Portugal. It's been at the heart of esports for quite a long time, not very spoken about on the whole sort of worldwide stage, but the owners of it are really good people. They're really helping out the community. But either way, going forward, enough about them. We'll talk about Kalahari and our kind of expectations for that. We've got about a minute here. Abstract, let's talk about it. Are we going to be seeing the craziness of Refinery? Are we going to be going up towards Council Hall? What are you expecting? What are you wanting?
I want to see chaos and just hectic movements going all around. But, you know, when it comes to these kind of map in Kalahari, a lot of verticality and quite a lot of dead zones, dead areas, and quite some U-turnings that you gotta have to do every now and then because of the containers that's being set, a little bit of obstacles that's being set. So when it comes down to amateur teams, at least, they will always make a problem when it comes. They will always make a mistake when it comes down to those, right? They didn't quite anticipate what is going to be their exit route when it comes down to leaving Refinery, for example, because there is going to be a huge jump, and of course they can't do that jump. And these teams are very well experienced, so I really hope that we won't see all these amateur mistakes.
Well, here we go. We're going to have a look over Submarine. Everywhere you can see Refinery and Command Post there on the map. Everywhere else, this team's going to be dropping down an almost central line. Well, you know what? Good enough to be central. I think you can get to pretty much everywhere on this map. But the main place is going to be, obviously, the blue zone there, which is going to have be Bayfront. There's going to be Grow Up Esports and MCES who might duke it out. More importantly, let's see where are Vastamana going. Top North. They're not being contended. But we are going to be seeing Nagasaki and N9. They will not leave each other alone. N9, run away. Leave them alone. And Facer are going to be by themselves as well. Meanwhile, Trident are taking over the whole of Refinery.
Well, understandably so. But looking at N9, I am not too sure what to say about this. It does seem like they do have something against Nagasaki at this point in time. Like, whenever they try to scout out, like, for example, can you imagine inside of the plane? You're just like, okay, guys, we gotta have to find out how does Nagasaki looks like. We gotta have to find out where do they usually drop. Because at least when it comes to playing within the same region, there could be a small little understanding with how your opponents usually play within the same region. And I wouldn't be surprised if N9 actually knows about these kind of information regarding Nagasaki. And who knows, maybe there's a little bit of a feud going on between these two teams. And now we are finally going to be looking at a couple of fights going on here with Kamoli immediately popping down onto his time turner, while 9SST has managed to get himself a single knockdown onto his side, and I do see that as an avenging frag. And one is moving right on. It does seem like he gotta have to deal with the Vector Akimbo, weaving himself in and out of that time turner, but still did not come up on top. And that is going to be equalizing the numbers between these two teams.
I just see this as both these teams just being like, you know what? Who cares about actually winning EMEA Invitational? Let's just try and take it out on each other, because there's definitely some beef between these guys. Oh my God, Victor, yes. getting some revenge. He's going to be able to get the flush out on this player as well. Nakazaki not looking so good, but neither of Victor actually. Victor's going to be down to the last player. They go out in 12 once again with 2 points. Hey, they got 3 points overall.
Oh god. Honestly, right now I don't even know what to say, you know. Maybe because we're looking at the preliminary stages, day 1 and day 2, maybe they just don't care at all about the head start points. Maybe to them, they're just like, it's a meager 4. Why would we want to throw all of our tactics just for that meager amount? I want to keep everything for the final day itself, and we want to be that underdog that claws in from the depths of hell and up into the heavens. So I gotta want to look out for N9 as well as Nakazaki as to what they will show for us. But in the meantime, into the high loot area we go. We've grown up jumping themselves right down onto MCES of Africa. They did manage to get a shot down onto Mr. Ali while continuously going down for more suppressing shot right through Bayfront.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting situation for these guys. I mean, Grow Up Esports, they can't really afford, neither can MCES. But you know what? MCES, knowing that this is Grow Up Esports, they're definitely going to be looking to try and take off some heads here and try to actually get some kills on Grow Up Esports after FireXL, getting that sort of double headshot on this team. Well, actually, it was more than that. I think it was like 6 headshots on MCES alone, then 2 on Silence. But who knows if they're actually going to be able to get any knocks down on this part. But MCS, are they going to be smart enough to just run? I think they might be. What do you think?
Well, I would say that when it comes to MCES, they would want to just fight this game out, right? Because, like I said before, they wouldn't want to probably throw out all of the ideas as to how they're playing the game. And who knows, maybe the MENA scene has that idea. They don't want to show whatever they have on hand. While FireXL is just showing his marksmanship prowess and is doing a really good job just suppressing fire over to the side of MCES. It did get a knockdown, but after that, we shouldn't amount to anything else because there's none of the Grow Up members that's just around to go for the initial push. But it does seem like they are already in position. They could go for something like that, but the entirety of MCES have decided to make their way down from the second level and head down to the ground level.
They are going to be dropping the bombs. It's going to be Silence trying to attack onto Trident. Might be a little bit of a damning situation for them if they're not careful. But it is a... God, we're going to be hopping back on over towards MCS and Grow Up Esports. It's going to be knocks either side. FireXL trying to help in with his team, but they don't need it. They managed to kill the whole team without losing a single player. This is Grow Up Esports looking better than both Fostermunder and Vaysera. Wow, this is a fairly big thing.
But I haven't yet heard the singing just yet, so maybe there will be Vastamundo coming up on top because they are not necessarily really good in the early stages. They are decent, but when it comes down to actually fighting in the mid stages, that is where they come to shine because they have the grenades. They respect the grenade meta a lot and they will do those kind of stuff. But in the meantime, we're just going to be looking at the danger zone as it is going to be Nazai's that's going to be knocked right down. Zamaro continuing on with the Uzi. It doesn't seem like he will be able to get a knockdown just yet, but Zamaro continuing on and trying to get his fellow friend back up. For the entirety of Trident Clan, they are still gonna be alive and kicking, while the rest of Team Silence have decided to get into the vehicles and running the hell away. Do not want to get themselves in any bad positionings against Trident Clan. Preferably, probably, because of the fact that, oh! Haven't seen that in a long time. Haven't seen that in a long time.
That is so beautiful. Like last time we saw that, it was again. Oh no, he was flushed out by the zone. We saw this happening in the Pro League, and now it's going to come through and happen on the bigger stage. Wow, that is insane. And here we go. We're going to be seeing Beeline pick it up, and this team to be scared of. Shift going to be in a tower, and to be honest, I'm not seeing a single person do well from a tower so far in this game or the last. So Shift, prove me wrong. Show me that I'm wrong on this front. But guys, that danger zone, That was absolutely brutal, and not looking forward to seeing the feelings from those guys. Oh, Diablo's going to be coming back in. He actually gets a knock and a flush. Beeline, what are you doing? They get being caught completely off guard right now. They tried backing away, and they were just running through the open.
It is going to be Shift that's making full use of the watchtower here. They do have an eye on the Shoxy, but after that, nothing else will be able to be made available to them, while Nicholas have decided to go straight in for an avenging frag. They did get a knockdown onto Nicholas, but other than that, it is going to be a move on from this fight. While we're going to be looking at Trident Clan, we haven't seen a flashbang thrown into anyone for a long time, but it does seem like this is going to be how it's going to be played, at least from the CIS side. Yet another danger shot! Dropping onto them again. You're gonna have to wrap this up real quick. Silence. We do have Subo getting himself knocked right down. Nazias going straight in. The Scythe will do his job right on top of Silence. And the danger zone popping right on top of them again. At least they managed to clear that fight up ASAP before another player falls down into casualty by the danger zone.
Oh, that's definitely something. Vaisara still alive, but I don't know for how much longer. They're running straight head-on across the open against Na'Vi. That is asking for trouble, and there we go. Two of the players knocked down and flushed. And this is... Oh, wow, it's actually Shift who managed to do it, and they're taking down Reverb. This is 3 flushes within a couple of seconds. Almost a 4th as well. He just escapes. Vaisara, what are you doing? They just ran out into the open. They did 0 scouting. Well, we're going to have Beeline right up next to them, and we're going to be seeing the grenades go out from either side. We're going to be seeing Six having to contend with this, but that Sphere just doing fantastic work. Almost going to be doing a lot of damage there, but fortunately for them, they're just going to survive. The counter grenade should do a lot of damage here. But
or not.
This is a glue wall tower.
It is entirely a glue wall tower, but unfortunately a lot of these grenades from the side of Shift is not connecting at all, and I would say that it is rather unfortunate. And now that they have ran out of all of these utilities, they didn't really quite respect that grenade economy at all, so they have tossed whatever that they have, and in the end, once they realize that they don't have any more grenades, they know that they can't exactly attack Beeline anymore because they don't have any form of advantage right now. So I believe that what they're gonna do is that they're just going to flee right off and away, trying to get themselves looted up, trying to get themselves more of those grenades before trying to go for an attack again onto maybe another team. But unfortunately, while they turn tails and run, that is going to be one of the members from Shift, Alien, being knocked down and eliminated. I guess those kind of grenade aggression just did not quite work out for Shift.
You know what I am going to talk about is Vastamundo. They're at the top northern side of the circle above shrines, and they're actually just sitting up on the very top cliffs. Crusher by himself, Lakao as well, and the other 2 members just sort of sitting within the buildings. Trident not too far away, but this is going to be an interesting circle. It's not going to be a refinery finish. Oh, never mind. Too busy to talk about that. We're going to be seeing a Skyrix come out. He's going to get double knock, some flushes as well. It's going to be Diablo stuck out in the storm. If he's smart, he would die to it, but unfortunately, not given a chance. He managed to get a knockdown, but that's going to be all she wrote, and he is going to be out for the count. 3 kills on the side of Na'Vi. We've not really seen anything from them so far in the first game, but this time they're coming back nice and spicy. This is proven to. I think this whole series is going to be super interesting for us, and just for every viewer at home, because I think a lot of these teams are looking for vengeance. They're also looking to try and pick up, obviously, the champion title of the whole of EMEA, and this is obviously like a good thing to mention. Is like these teams are taking that blue damage, that storm damage, so that they can actually get some extra loot, because resource management in this game is just so crucial. Have you got enough grenades? Have you got enough healing? Have you got enough glue walls? It's all about making sure that you can actually play long game. So although they're going to have to now have a delay of running in, they might have a chance to be able to survive longer.
Well, we have a little bit of information as to how Na'Vi play, at least for that kind of circle, right? So a little bit of a gatekeeping is something that we would expect from the lobby here, but is it just Na'Vi that we're looking at? That is the biggest question. But for now, we're just going to be looking at the grand scheme of things. It does seem like most of these teams are just playing within of their own comfort zone. At least for Grow Up Esports and Beeline, they do have a little bit of a gatekeeping for themselves, while Ivar from the side of Nagasaki playing right at the extremities of the circle. If there are any teams that have decided to watch back the VODs, they will be able to understand what kind of tactics these teams generally make. And that is going to help them play better in day 2 or perhaps even the final day. And that is why it is so important for the teams to actually watch the VODs.
Oh, King just going to be able to get out of the danger zone there. It was in that exploding car. Nunes on the side of Grub Esports are going to be very low HP. It doesn't seem like they've got any meds on their side. Okay, no, FireXL has, but he's not sharing. He's not even healing right now. He's just like, yeah, you know what, guys? We don't even need that health. They have actually got a player. He's right up behind them. Nakazaki's player, Ivor, who was just like, yeah, I don't want to shoot these guys. I have 0. Like, if he had a grenade right now, imagine the damage he could do.
I would say the grenade would take some time to cook. I'm not too sure if that it would be a great idea, but if he does have the secondary weapon in the phase of grenade launcher, I think that would be great. But for now, information is key. Ivar will want to make full use of the information that he has, but he doesn't really quite know that Nunes is actually low HP. In the end, he did manage to get himself a knockdown on Nunes, but from that point on, it is going to be Martins with the Grazza that managed to mow him down almost immediately. A little bit of that greediness came in, or maybe not. I wouldn't even call it a greediness, because at that point in time, he gotta have to do something, because the zone is actually closing in. He gotta have to do something. He gotta have to pave a way for himself to get closer into the circle and to be safe. But now, 14 minutes into the game, we still have 6 teams remaining, and 6 coming right up with a nice grenade shot. But unfortunately, the other grenade will be the execution onto one of the members from the side of Grow Up. Eunice knocked down by the playzone, not by the hands of 6, but it's just gonna be moving right on. I believe that he would want to have an angle onto FireXL, but do know you are fighting FireXL after all. Do you have the opportunity to do that? But he got sidelined onto his right flank and got eliminated one after another, while Trident Clan cleans up on the FireXL onto his left. Completely sandwiched. At that point in time, it's just tough to play by the extremities.
Wow, so a lot of stuff happened within that time of us covering those couple of teams there. We actually saw Bustamundo getting absolutely obliterated by FFesports, and now FFesports are going to be joining in onto the CIS region and just battling these teams all around them. And these grenades from Na'Vi should be doing them fairly good work, and we're going to have to see a lot of work done to be able to try and take down the likes of Na'Vi. Merz is the last player left alive with Trident, but not for long. He should be going out very soon. He is out. Blazer is still alive, actually, on the side of Bustamundo, but I'm not sure for how much longer. And Skyrix is just going to be doing a lot of damage here with the sniper, and that's going to be Trident finally out. Chrono Spear just going to be getting dropped, and just the sniper shots. He's just out in the open. He's like, I don't care. Come at me, bro. And he's just going to be taking down multiple of them. We are going to be seeing the grenade launch on the side of FFesports doing a good work, but not enough. It's going to be the Scythe potentially taking down another player. No, he's going to finish them as well. How toxic. He's still surviving. He's running in with the Scythe again, but I think that's going to be all she wrote. He might be able to get another hit. No, he goes down. Na'Vi managed to get the final kill there, and now it's going to be them versus Blazer. The one-man army is going to have to try and pull this on out of the bag, but he's only got a bag 7, no grenade launcher. He's using the glue walls to his advantage, but they're going to be pushing him to him left, right, and on top. And there's just no way he's going to win that. So that's going to be a booyah for Na'Vi. One of the top power ranking teams we have talked about, a total of 1,300 damage on one of the players there. That is huge stacks of damage so far, especially for a team that went out so early in the first one. But Abstract, so that was a fairly spicy game. I'm interested to see which player is going to come out on top.
This game is gonna give a lot of information to all of the teams that are playing within the Free Fire EMEA Invitational, because at least for Na'Vi, it kind of seems as though that they have leaked a little bit of information regarding how they play. Maybe it's a little bit too early for me to say that. Maybe they have more strategies within the mids, but let's be honest, when it comes down to playing in a game such as a Battle Royale, you would always have at least two, maybe at most two kinds of ways of playing, and that is going to be playing in the middle or going to be playing in the edges of the circle. And Na'Vi right now kind of seems as though they like to play in the edges and they like to gate keep. But hey, when it comes down to the actual final zone, we are starting to see an influx of Scythe, and that has been quite amazing and pretty nice to watch. Whenever you are going to be right in front of the opponent's faces and you know what kind of loadouts that they have, you can just whip out your Scythe and just play the close quarter combat instead of trying to fight in one arm's distance by getting yourself out with a couple of SMGs, and they have their own SMGs as well. Why would you want to do that? Just whip out your Scythe and go for double sword strikes, and you can bring people down.
Yeah, and we just saw that going back to back on that side. I think the Scythe's are a really interesting gameplay mechanic for these guys to play. And for a moment, there's talk about the moment the Danger Zone changed everything for Silence. That really messed them up, and also Trident, it just sort of changed the whole gameplay for them. And I'm talking about Scythes, we can see it on the screen right now, but I think overall that fight between Trident and Silence really lasted for too long. I think one of those teams should have tried disengaging a lot sooner. And I think overall as well, the Nagasaki versus N9 fighting has just been really embarrassing, in my opinion. Nagasaki, they suffered massively from it. N9, they got absolutely destroyed because of it. I'd much prefer to see these teams actually playing out for the bigger picture rather than some silly squabble between them on sort of regional level. Think big. Think about the big prize. Like, this prize pool could be life-changing for some of these players.
And of course, back to the Scythe meta. At least for FFesports, it does seem like they have almost made their way up the game just because of a couple of Scythes. They did manage to put down quite a bit number of Na'Vi players. But now, looking at the kill scores from the side of Na'Vi, it does seem like quite a good amount of them has made their way up. With Skyrix, a total of 4 kills, followed by Vashni with a total of 3, followed by Beeline 6, and then Grow Up's Martin with 3 kills each. So pretty well divided all across the board. I'm not too surprised about that. So technically saying, we can say that Na'Vi has got the most amount of kills and also has found themselves the Booyah, which should be able to propel them all the way to the podium finishes, at least for now.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised to see Six up here as well. I do remember seeing him on a couple of other lineups now, just like thinking about it. So he is a solid player.
Yes.
Yeah, and oh God, I'm just remembering actually the Na'Vi nades versus Esports. That was just absolutely brutal. Managed to just take down multiple of those members. So I think that's probably Skyrix, where he got a lot of his kills from. But let's have a look at the overall match standings from that last one. It's going to be fairly interesting to see. And wow, it's actually only one team who've made it above 20 points, and it's going to be Na'Vi, who managed to get 11 kills, 12 points, so land themselves in 23 points overall. Bustamundo got themselves that second place, but only 2 kills. So they're going to be in tied place with FFesports at 11 points each. With FFesports, overall will be ahead of Bustamundo, as they have actually had more points overall. Surprisingly, Trident with 0 kills. Grow Up Esports though, they got 7. That is a lot. I think, is that the second highest in the whole thing? I can't quite see Beeline's score there. Yeah, so obviously like having the second most amount of kills in this was really well played, but the kills are quite spread across the teams. Beeline coming in 6th with 9 points overall.
I would say that one of the reasons why Na'Vi found themselves all the way to the top is, of course, a lot of vulturing. We have seen time and time again, Na'Vi just coming in to clear things up, and they are the one that killed Vaisal Rar. They are also the one that killed a good number of players from the side of Silence and Shift, if I remember correctly. So Na'Vi, they have been finding themselves in very good places at very good times, but of course some of these are attributed to luck. I would love to see them being able to pull that off again and again, and that way we will be able to tell if whether Na'Vi has got superior positioning all across the map. They kind of play like Vastamundo to a certain extent. They kind of have the same kind of reflection, but for Vastamundo, I'm not exactly sure what happened to them. With only Blazer coming up in the final circle, it does seem like they got knocked out in a very sad fashion.
I think it was a little bit on that front, but I do actually just want to mention Nagasaki Esports. They currently have, because they got 4 kills, they came in 7th position. they got 4 points for that. So they got 8 points overall. And if you have a look at Trident, they got 7 points for 4th place. So somehow Nagasaki have found themselves with more points than Trident Clan. So technically, in regards to points gained this game, they come, what, I think like 5th overall, which is really, really interesting. But let's have a look at the overall standings, because Nagasaki should be near the bottom. Well, I say near the bottom, they're actually in 6th position thanks to that last game. That is insane. But look at that top line. B-Line sitting on 32 points, but that's only a 5-point lead on top of Navi, who in the previous game had done really bad. And B-Line haven't even won a game yet. Neither have Grub Esports. They're up there at 23 points. Silence on 22, who won the first game and then got absolutely slaughtered in the second one. So I don't know. This is a little bit difficult. I mean, Silence got 1 point from that last game. Trident, they only managed to get 7 placement points in that last one as well. So I just can't take my eyes off it. Nagasaki, they're in 6th position. They are 2 points behind Trident overall.
Well, I would suppose that when it comes down to today's games and maybe even for tomorrow's games, we should be expecting teams that would want to either number 1, go big or go home, or number 2, play the consistency game. And that is to avoid fights as much as possible and try to climb their way up. But not to a certain extent whereby they literally avoid every single fight, but they will avoid fights that they don't have to take. I would say that for Grow Up Esports, right, they do have a decent amount of consistency on their end. When it comes to game number 1, they didn't try to be overzealous when it comes to taking those kind of fights. They will only want to go in and then bump right out when they know that they have some kind of disadvantage and they don't want to do any form of those kind of kills. So I gotta have to give it over to Grow Up. Game number 2 in, they found themselves at the top, close to the podium. So I'm pretty happy with how that has came up for them.
I'm fairly happy with that. I mean, they've been impressing us, I think, over the last couple of weeks and through the Pro League as well, where they've just been building up that confidence. And this time round, they managed to do a whole team clear on Team Silence, the team that managed to get that win the time before, and also a bunch of kills. And this time round, it was Grow Up Esports who managed to sort of slam them down and take them out of the count. I think it was just right up until that last moment where they couldn't quite push themselves into the circle. And I think that's just a bit unfortunate placement in regards to where the circle is. So it's a little bit difficult for them to be able to try and achieve that when it comes to being able to get to the top of the leaderboard. But with 23 points, I think it was, they're not that far behind when it comes to it. That is what I think. I'm trying to remember the actual, like 9 points behind. A quick maths on that front. And talking about quick maths and taking breaks and seeing these players, you know, making sure they're ready up for the next game. We're going to be going into our own break. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
I can't believe we're going to see Hayato. Do you think he'll use his Bushido skill or his dual sword attack?
Or the legendary outfit.
That would be the best thing that's ever happened! My balloon! You could be a hero, Leon. You're fast and strong and a total robotics genius.
You're cute, sis. But these guys are megastars. I'm just me.
Hey!
What a shot! Only 3 left in the game.
Oh no! Hayato's alone!
But look, he's got an opening.
Team Hayato wins!
For one more player, I'm afraid my friend doesn't play fair. Bring me that suit.
We've got to help!
Leave it to the pros, Amelie. Amelie! You okay? Are you hurt?
Leon!
My suit. Eliminate him.
Hey, new guy. Need a hand? Yo, think fast. Just let her go.
No, Leon, don't!
Hey,
You're in trouble now, bony face.
Nice job, man.
Hayato! Did you see my brother? He was so freaking amazing!
I think some others saw him too.
Well, Megastar, what you gotta say?
booyah!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. And we've had a couple of spicy games so far, but I think the spiciest is yet to come. Even with this being Purgatory, I don't think we're quite there yet. It's going to be the first day, the preliminary day 1. We've got day 2 coming up next, tomorrow. And then next weekend on Saturday, we've got the finale where everything really counts, where we start afresh with the whole fresh points aside from the head start these teams, the top 4 teams of today get, which you would have seen in the format video at the start of today. But Purgatory, I'm pumped about it. What was your overall feeling of the last game though, Abstract?
I would say that for the last game, there wasn't a lot of, or rather, there wasn't any amateur mistakes that I spotted out. At least, you know, when it comes down to the verticality, when it comes down to the containers, and of course obstacles, none of these players seems to have a little bit of problem with all of that. Most of the time, it's just really human obstacles, right? It is literally just gonna be teams that are gatekeeping in certain spots, and of course those campers that makes things so annoying to deal with. But hey, all in all, it is a battle royale after all, and if the team manage to find themselves in a camping spot and they find kills, that means that, well, their time paid dividends. And I gotta have to say that, at least for Not V, they chose a really good spot to camp in, they chose a really good spot to gatekeep, and managed to get themselves a 2 team wipes in just a single position. So at least for Kalahari, it does seem like Not V have got what it takes to take most of the Kalahari games away. It may be too early for me to say that, right? But yeah, looking into Purgatory, this is kind of like a Bermuda 2.0 to a certain extent. The only kind of obstacles that we're looking at is only if the circle moves on to the western or the eastern island, because when it comes down to the main island, the only problem that I can foresee is just the lack of landmarks, and that means that loot is pretty much more scarce to work around with.
I think Purgatory is definitely going to be one of the more spicy ones for us to see. We've got technically 4 islands if you include Moat House in it. So if these guys land on any one of those, it could be interesting to see where the circle lands, what team's going to land at Marble Works, which team is going to land in Brasilia, which I hope every team lands there. That would make my day. And then we obviously have also a ski lift, which usually in the EU Pro League was taken up by 222 Elite and a couple other teams as well eventually. But overall, I think just we've got a lot of expectations to be held up by Bustamundo. They need to pick up their game. But let's get into game here. We're going to be switching on over. There we go. Moat House right in front of your eyes. I think my number one expectation, oh, never mind. The circle's actually going to be fairly good. But it is going to be cutting out Quarry. It's going to take a lot of work to get there, isn't it?
Indeed. You gotta have to fly a little bit far, and I do believe that you gotta have to run in as well, because when it comes to the flight path, it cuts vertically down with a slight deviation, just very slightly towards the clockwise direction, right? And we're looking at the fact that Trident has decided to drop themselves right on top of Moat House, and all of these other teams are slightly far ahead. While Nagasaki and N9, they are dropping in together in Brasilia with shift onto the other side. And I'm starting to see that line of sight going on, some firing going on between these two teams. I'm not too sure which is going to be the team that will come up on top, but we gotta have to be really careful about Forge as well, because we do have MCS as well as Not B bumping up together. And I believe in the Southern Island, we do have another team that will fight each other as well.
Well, it's a bit of an odd one seeing these guys join up, but we're going to be seeing MCES absolutely getting destroyed, but Skyrix is going to go down as well. Hopefully we can flick off this team and go and see what's happening over there. 2 down to players on each side, but we're going to be seeing the revival of 1. Skyrix low being down. That's going to be fairly damning. They're going to be trying to get out of dodge and just leave these guys away, but the shotgun's going to be coming out, potentially going to knock them down. No, Ali, what are you doing? You had absolutely everything, the opportunity to rule the world. Instead, he's going to go down, and now this lad is going to go around and try to get some kills and see what he can do. N9 getting eliminated. What a surprise. But then Nagasaki shift going to be coming out of nowhere. They take down 3 players at once with a single nade, and it's going to be a flush out towards the trash chute.
That's Shadio doing Shadio things, right? We have talked about it before when it comes down to understanding the meta. We had a meta talk, right? So Shadio and Shift, they really adheres to that grenade meta, and that turns out really well when it comes down to breaching into the houses. But for now, we're just going to be looking down onto the Southern Island, whereby Silence just going to be bumping up onto Vastamundo. We know for a very fact that Vastamundo loves to play with grenades as well, but the question is, do they even have any grenades to work around with? Their time in Outer squads is probably gonna pay some dividends right now. They gotta have to get those shots on. They gotta have to do something about this, but this is Silence after all that they are gonna be fighting against. Is it gonna be as easy as bumping it on to Grow Up Esports? Well, we shall see right now, with most of the Silence members making their way down, or rather way up to the 2nd level, while Dandy pushing right on through. He does have an Uzi onto his hand. Crusher gets a knockdown on the Suba, but doesn't seem like that is gonna be the end just yet. But Vastamundo, despite having a decent amount of knock down on the Silence, which is only 1 onto Subo, the entire team got melted down by Silence, and that is going to be Vastamundo eliminated at 10th place.
That was absolutely brutal on their side. I'm a little bit, you know what? I'm not a little. I am very disappointed in the performance from Vastamundo so far. They've done nothing to impress me, and we've called them out as being one of the powerhouse teams, and I'm about ready to take them off. I mean, at this point, I just think playing this poorly over 3 games is a little bit too much for me to take. But let's have a look at the overall map. The circle is about to pop, and we're going to be seeing where the safe zone is. Vaser are still alive for now, although they do have a habit of going out fairly quickly as well. Meanwhile, Sivaspor, they looted up the high loot zone. They're going to be right next to Beeline, and there we go. Vaser are going to be in the center of it. They just need to take one of these center buildings and then hope for the best. Trident out towards the north. They should be coming down south. Fire, XL and his team at Grow Up Esports going to be taking some of the field buildings. Navi should easily be able to rotate on over. MCS somehow still have 1 player alive, and Abdul. Meanwhile, Silence, after wiping out Vastamundo, are going to have plenty of loot to themselves, but they are going to have to loot up a bit more because they have to use some of their utility to be able to survive this. We do hear some cars driving off, but I actually have no idea who that is. It's going to be Gringo. He's in a car in the danger zone. This is definitely an interesting choice.
He's definitely gonna get himself right out of the danger zone, so at least that's that, right? Martins is gonna be with him as well. Now, I do want to get onto the topic regarding Vastemundo, because one part of me is just telling me that, you know what, they're reserving a couple of strategies from their side. But now that I think about it again, if you ever found yourself in a situation where you have to fight, wouldn't you give it your all and just do whatever you can to fight your opponents within your own midst and just kind of do whatever that you can? So in most situations, yes, you would do that. And I don't think that Vastemundo would want to go so far as to purposefully lose in every single fight that they have been in. I would be very I would confidently say that Vastemundo straight out lost in most of these duels, and that is what is so concerning.
Yeah, that's what exactly what I'm talking about, is the fact that they have been trying, and it's just been completely lackluster. It just feels like they're completely off their game. They've just come into this and they're just weak sauce, as some people say nowadays. Like they're weak sauce. They've come into this and instead of being spicy or anything, they're just like ranch sauce or some lame flavor like that. Instead of being something spicy, coming in here with something to show. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you love spice, so do I. But it's brilliant. Whereas like Grow Up Esports, as far as I'm concerned, they've come in here and they're like, here, this is how you're supposed to be playing Vastemundo. Get some of these like exciting shots. Like it should be Crusher or any of the other players trying to get these headshots like FireXL has, but
that's right.
He's managed to come in here as like a new age king with that sniper, and oh my, it is just absolutely wonderful to see a team like Grow Up Esports do well like this. But also at the same time, I should backstep and say Silence, well done. Like that was a fairly difficult situation for either Vastemundo or Silence to take, and Silence came out on top even with the disadvantage after taking a lot of damage.
And in the end, they didn't even lose a single member. No casualties on their side. So they gotta have to be really happy about that. But for now, we're looking at a circle is more towards the northern side, and Silence is nowhere close to the circle. The best ways they can get themselves into the circle is to run up north, and that means that they gotta have to take the bridge that connects the west southern island towards the main island. And unfortunately, Shift is pretty close to the southern part of Brasilia, so they should be able to catch out Silence making those movements. And remember what I said before in many times in the broadcast is the fact that you are at your most vulnerable when you are moving. Why? Because most of the time you'd want to whip up your melee and try to run as fast as you can so that you can get from point A to point B in the shortest amount of time as possible. And if anyone finds a hit onto you, if they manage to get a headshot onto you, you are knocked down. And just from that single knockdown, you can force the opponents to go up and prop up a glue wall, which could mean a very big thing. Number one, you'll be able to push right on without being targeted. Number two, that pretty much means that, well, you have a little bit of numbers advantage if you want to push right in. Otherwise, you can just lob grenades all over the place. That glue wall will not stand well.
Yeah, I mean, in the whole sort of like rotational side, which is why, like, talking about that, I'd like to see more use of cars. Do you not think it'd be a good idea to jump in those cars and go in for a rotate and allow the cars to take some of the damage? As long as you actually rotate properly along ways where you have potential places to jump out, right?
I would say yes. You're having a car would be great. Having one person playing on Misha and the rest playing on Chrono is actually, I would say, not too bad, but most of the time people would want to separate themselves into two different cars. That pretty much means that you need two Misha and two Chrono to work that out. And then the rest of the team must be excellent in close quarters combat. A good amount of players that's going to be using the Vector Kimbo, some of them with the UMP, and some of them with the Uzi or maybe a shotgun, so that you will definitely dominate in those close range combat. You have to be on the ball 100% of the time. When you see an enemy, you know that number one, you're gonna try to ram them down with your car, or if you miss them, you gotta have to get out of your car, eject out, and prepare to fight almost immediately. And during those short little time while you are trying to get yourself ready up, that 1 second, 1 second loading time or buffering time, if I would say that, could give the opponents a little bit of advantage. If the opponents could not take that advantage, then your close quarter combat gun should be able to do pretty well. So that is at least what I view when it comes to guns and cars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in partial agreement, but like even without the new current like Misha, like to just use cars. I think as long as you rotate correctly, you should be able to dodge a lot of them. And obviously, don't fit a whole squad into a car. Ideally, have 4 different vehicles, rotate in, and make sure you go in a way in which that makes sense. If you know that you have to cross a bridge at a time where there's more than likely going to be people camping here or just after it, let's potentially not take the cars across that bridge. Maybe we take the cars and go down a different bridge or different position. I think using them to be able to expedite yourself into a better position is something that a lot of these teams do miss out of. And I think it'd be interesting to see that sort of change in meta as we go along.
Right, because one thing that we haven't really quite seen a lot is the very fact that cars can be a good obstacle for you. It can act as a indestructible glue wall. Like, okay, you gotta have to destroy the vehicle first, but it can land down as an indestructible glue wall at the final stages of the game. It could have negative impact in your gameplay because it will block you out, but you can jump up on top of the cars at least. So you wouldn't be you wouldn't get such a big setback as compared to a glue wall, right? So at least in a map that doesn't have a lot of houses to work with, or if the circle doesn't land onto a place with a lot of trees or a lot of house, and you realize that you don't have a lot of glue walls, I think that the next best way that you can play in that kind of circle is to park yourself in the middle and align your cars in a way whereby you can just get a crouch in and you will be safe from most of those shots. The only thing that you gotta have to watch out for are grenades.
Completely agree. Well, let's see what these guys are going to be able to achieve. Science, they're going to be going up the hill against FireXL, but FireXL haven't noticed a single thing, which I think is going to be potentially damning on their side. They're going to be left completely exposed to the likes of obviously Subo here, who's been absolutely smashing it. They haven't seen each other yet. Maybe now they have. Subo is like, keep an eye out. Oh, he's going to come up behind Nunas. What are these guys doing? They've just left themselves completely open to get shot. Grenades are going to be going out, but I think it's too late. Silence should have the grasp in here, and Subo's going to be jumping around with the MP40, and he should just be able to slaughter these guys. Wow, okay, you know what, grow up Esports. I wasn't expecting this from you. And now they're going to be down to a 2 versus 4 situation, and Silence should just be able to tear them apart here and get themselves another 4 kills. But we are going to be seeing Dez knocked down quite heavily on low HP. And we're going to be having to see FireXL try to get a 1 versus a 4, going in for the quick shots. Going to turn around, knocks down 1 player. He's going to be able to kill him as well. No, he just misses out. Let's talk about that.
Well,
why were Grow Up Esports not watching out behind them?
Well, I think that they kind of tunnel vision a little bit. Oh, Subo. But it's okay. Okay, they kind of tunnel vision a little bit, right? Maybe they didn't quite have the communication going down, and maybe they came from where Silence came from. So they thought that, you know what? Our backs are completely clear. What's the chance of a team running from the storm at this point in time? Well, it is them, right? So that is the only thing that I can think of. But the main takeaway from that fight is the team dynamics from the side of Silence, right? They will definitely have one person that stays behind and go for the grenade. One person that will be rushing down at the enemies, and the other 2 going in for the flank. So that grenadier is going to be very important. If they do not understand that there is a grenadier or a bombardier in this situation, they will be naded out while tunnel visioning onto whoever is just going to be rushing into their face. And that is a 3-point contact they're going to have to look out for. Number 1, grenades that will be lobbing over to the side. Number 2, the one player that will be rushing right in your face. And number 3, the side flanking players. And that is going to be effectively splitting your team's attention and focus. And you gotta have to designate roles properly within the short span of time to understand who does what.
I mean, that really is the case, and I think they just really let themselves go on that front. They just weren't paying attention to the overall the need for them to be able to watch out across everything. So I am super disappointed with how that turned out for them. But hey, onwards and upwards, they were in 3rd place. I think overall, They're definitely going to be much lower after this game, after achieving very little in this game. But Trident and Na'Vi are going to be duking out in a sort of a similar kind of style position. Science, meanwhile, are going to be shooting out over towards Shift, who are going to be facing a little bit of trouble as they just cross the open. And they might be able to find cover here, but they have to then cross over once again. And Donu, he's trying to be a bit of a troublemaker for them. He's trying to cause them a bit of damage where he can. He does see Shadio, who's going to be dropping over a grenade. He's going to switch on over, turn back, drops down a glue wall, but doesn't manage to get any damage out there. He's just going to heal, and these guys should be able to jump up and do some damage, if I'm right in saying. No. He is now just getting surrounded by these guys and having to use up all his utility here to just try and even survive, which is insane. And Dez is going to get taken down, actually. Everything's kicking off here.
Dandy does have a grenade launcher to himself, and that is gonna wreak some havoc over to the side of Shift. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem like it will be the end of the case just yet. Dandy lost his glue wall, immediately goes straight in with the Uzi. He does have a couple of friends that's just gonna be popping right behind him. He immediately went on for 360 degrees glue wall so that his friends will come into his rescue, and indeed, that will happen. Donu came in, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he will be able to hold on by himself. On the flip side, Des is just going in and out. He gets a kill down the island. He wants to look away to the other side of the ship. He knows that Pablo is within the area, but unfortunately doesn't really quite have a lot of help to work with. But Pablo, he is going to be all alone while Dandy gets taken down by Pablo. And Svigator came up from absolutely nowhere with a great snipe down, and that is gonna be team after team that's just gonna be disappearing with one of the members from the side of FaceRoar taken down. The grenade almost landed right on the peak of Shoxy's head, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The rest of them made their way into the house and tries to hopes that they will be able to continue to fight with more of these grenades.
And FaceRoar are going to be doing their best to try and survive here. They're going to be spawning one player go across. They're going to be able to knock him as well. Beeline going to potentially hit him their own sort of deadline here if they're not careful. Potentially going to get knocked down. With Na'Vi looking still fairly healthy here. These teams have to be careful of this situation. They can't afford to be playing too aggressive. The Scyther's going to be coming out and manage to almost get a hit. It's going to be Papa Rex trying to go for the sniper shots here against this blue wall, but he's going to be too close for comfort. He might lose himself. Beeline go out in 5th. 4 teams left. FaceRoar going to be at the top here, somehow surviving all the way through this. Being able to get a bunch of kills as well for their trouble, but Trident and Na'Vi, this is going to be a perfect distraction, and FFesports joining in. This might just allow FaceRoar to join up from down below, manage to get one knock on the FFesports, and oh no, this Mara is just stuck there. He's going to get sniped out from below, and you know what? FaceRoar are in a key position right now. They're on the lower ground. They're not going to face any pressure. The rest of these teams are. This could easily be their game to take. Could we see an EU team finally get a score on the board? They're going to be able to finish off a couple of players. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 situation. Na'Vi are looking fairly strong.
Well, talk about amateur mistakes. That is going to be teams after teams making amateur mistakes of putting themselves on a very steep hill. But for now, it is going to be FaceRoar. 2 members knocked down. Fronta is going to be the last member remaining. Just going to be whipping out down onto his MP9. Changes to his side. Goes straight in for the kill. But unfortunately, his opponent is just going to be within his own little time turner. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be FaceRoar. Knocked right down. And Na'Vi with 2 booyahs in a row.
Well deserved as well, especially this time. That was super hard for them to be able to win. And you know what, FaceRoar, I'm proud of them. They actually took advantage of multiple situations there whilst playing up against some very solid teams. I'm interested to see how many kills they got overall. I don't think they did as well as they could have. I definitely think they could have been able to try and win that one, but unfortunately they did go into that last fight and man down. So overall, I think that was a good game to watch. The only 2 teams I have in question of like, what are they doing is N9 and Nagasaki.
Well, M9 and Nagasaki, well, they have been dropping within the same area quite a lot of time, coincidentally, and one team will always get a full team wipe. But this time, they did manage to get a team wipe, but they did not get away with it. Shift came in with a grenade that popped off in the early stages of the game, and that was literally gonna be that gun shot to the air that echoes through the horizon. It kind of seems as though like this is the start of round number 3, and after that, teams started to drop fast, and that includes Vastamundo, if I remember correctly. But when it comes down to the later stages of the game, that is where we're gonna have to talk a little bit more about, right? A lot of these teams have found themselves in really bad positions, putting themselves at such a steep hill. Do you have anything to talk about that, Tom?
I think it's just overall not looking at the bigger picture and just playing for they were playing for the late game. It wasn't the worst idea to stay up on that kind of position, but just because there was just so many of them and where FFesports were positioned, it meant that Trident just couldn't move anywhere. They were absolutely stifled and stuck. And unfortunately for FFesports, with FaceRA coming out from beneath, and then also them just getting slapped by multiple teams, Na'Vi in particular doing a lot of damage to them, and trying to do their best against them as well. It was just I think overall just an unfortunate situation, just being stuck there. I mean, I just want to say Skyrex, fantastic job. He's definitely one of the key players that we have to just keep mentioning. Paparex missing his shots, and that position is going to be pretty hard. But let's have a look at the post-match stats here, which I know you guys are going to be interested in. So who's going to land in that first spot? It is actually going to be Dez, and they've got every. Oh, sorry, he's from Silence, but otherwise, aside from that, we've got Na'Vi in second, third, and fourth position with 3 kills each. Not so bad.
Not so bad indeed. I gotta have to say, when it comes down to Na'Vi, they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. But despite the fact that Silence didn't do as well in terms of the positioning rankings, Dez with 4 kills gotta have to be quite a deal for their team. I'm not too sure how much points they're gonna get, but we will get down to that and talk a little bit more about those points. But Na'Vi, 2 booyahs in a row. That is definitely gonna be throwing them hell up onto the leaderboards. It should be able to get them onto the first place pretty darn easily. And with the end of Purgatory, this pretty much marks the start of the second half. Na'Vi doing pretty well, while all the other teams, we gotta have to talk about Beeline, we gotta talk about Silence, we gotta talk about Grow Up with their amazing consistency. But when it comes to Nagasaki as well as N9, they have been putting themselves down below with trades technically, while Vastamundo, not exactly the results that we were looking out for.
No, definitely not. And we're going to have a look at the overall standing, not overall, sorry, the match 3 standings here, which is we've now seen 3 different ones, and we're going to be seeing Na'Vi coming out top once again, 22 points. I think that's 1 point less than they had from the previous one. FaceRA, a surprise visit to the top of the leaderboard that game with FFesports not too far behind. I say not too far behind, they're actually 5 points behind overall in regards to second and third position there. Trident going to be lining up with 9 points as well. Beeline, 8 points. Silence, just doing a fantastic job there, aren't they? 15 points, coming in second overall for total points from this game. And just, yeah, N9, Nagasaki not doing so well. But even if those 4 points just land themselves, I think that's themselves an extra 4 points into the board. That's going to take them to 21 points, if I'm right saying. But let's have a look. Overall standings for you right in your face right now.
Na'Vi with a total of 49 points to the name, just a shy away from Beeline with a total of 40 points. And slowly after that is Silence with 37 and Trident Clan with 33. So it does seem like the point distributions are not that far away from one another. So you can see, right? Shift is 26, Grub is 25, FFesports 22, Nagasaki 21. While FaceRA and Vastamundo have quite a steep hill to climb, but when it comes down to 5th place all the way to 8th place, they can all try to contest for 4th place, which Trident Clan, they gotta have to defend this title as much as possible, because do remember, when it comes down to the overall rankings, 1st place will be getting 4 hit start points, 2nd place with 3, 3rd place with 2, and then 4th place with 1. Yes, it's just 1 kill, but it's just 1 point. You would never know how important that 1 kill would be in the final day.
And I mean, there's 24 points difference between 1st and 6th position. And obviously, you want to make sure you're within those top 4 points so you can get some of those head start points for the final day. Because obviously, if you can collect 4 points overall, or 8 points, I think maximum, is going to be an insane push for you when it comes to the actual main day. That's 2 whole squad wipes, as I remember you saying to me the other day. And that definitely is a big thing for these teams to keep into consideration. And it looks like Vaysera and Vastamundo are two of the teams that need every kind of points benefit they can on that front. And Grow Up Esports, they are now down in 6th position. They can definitely push themselves up there. There's not too much of a gap. Do you think they can do it though?
I do believe so. After all, we haven't quite heard the singing just yet, you know? This is just day one. Just day one, right? And that's day 2 as well. I gotta have to say that when it comes down to day 1 and day 2, it's a good gauge as to how the players play like, but the day at the grand finals is gonna be the most important. But we gotta have to wait for that because we're gonna go off for a short little break. We'll see you guys after that.
What is this place? Too quiet. Maybe not. I was expecting a warmer welcome.
Your fame is justified after all.
Give me a reason to blow your brains out.
You are a king without a crown. And I am a queen with an arsenal. You seek fame, but I don't mind being hidden in the mist. Bring me the legendary suit, and in return you will have fortune and respect as a true hero hunter. What do you say?
Do you think he'll use his Bushido skill or his dual sword attack?
Or the legendary outfit.
That would be the best thing that's ever happened! My balloon! You could be a hero, Leon. You're fast and strong and a total robotics genius.
You're cute, sis. But these guys are megastars. I'm just me.
Hey!
What a shot! Only 3 left in the game.
Oh no! Ayano's alone!
happening?
Team Hayato wins!
For one more player, I'm afraid my friend doesn't play fair.
Hayato!
Bring me that suit.
We've got to help!
Leave it to the pros, Amelie. Amelie!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're back and ready for the fourth matchup. We've seen three particularly spicy matches so far, with Navi getting back-to-back booyahs. And obviously, you're going to be joined by Abstract, the absolutely beautiful madman off the side there, and also myself, Tom Piggrin. And we've been covering the game so far, and this is going to be the first day of 3. Obviously, the preliminary day 1, preliminary day 2 is tomorrow, and the finals next Saturday. Abstract, you know, have you been like fairly hyped up about today?
I mean, we're talking about EMEA Invitationals as well, right? And of course, we have quite a lot of these big names coming in, which I never thought that I will be able to cover after all. And as I previously tweeted just now, I never thought that I would be able to scream not be at the top of my lungs until today, which is something that I would say is pretty amazing to feel.
Yeah, they're definitely a team to, you know, feel happy with yourself about, for like, and all of us to be able to see them within the scene. I think they're a brilliant team organization to have within Free Fire in general, and for them to be having a team that are doing so well, I'm super happy to see it. Next up, we're going to be going back to Bermuda. We saw some interesting results from that first one. We saw Silence take it. What we did see that has been kind of a usual situation for Bustamante as they've gone out each time. Hopefully we do see them come back with some strength this time round. And there's a few other teams as well, like Nagasaki and N9 and I think as well Shift. They've not even hit their full potential yet. So hopefully we're going to be seeing a bit of a change up. Is there anything in particular you want to be seeing from any of these teams?
I would say that at least at this point in time, I just want to see some of these teams just not take a fight. It's kind of weird for me to say that, right? Because when it comes down to Free Fire, we have always asking and itching for a fight. But when it comes down to looking at the EMEA Invitational and looking at so early into the game, it kind of seems as though that the game has been accelerated pretty quickly, and that just doesn't feel sit right for me, right? Possibly because we're just looking at the day 1, which technically doesn't play a very big part into the main games itself. I would say that these teams are just doing whatever that they want, and they will only take a real fight if they find the need to. And it boils down to the to what I've said about before during the midst of game number 3, right? Yes, you may want to hide a little bit of your tactics, but when it comes down to actually fighting people, you would want to do your best, wouldn't you, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to just be throwing it away and just going for the bare minimum and trying to go just like full powerhouse and show off all your moves and everything. Because like you said today, it does mean something. You got to get those points on the board and also sort of you know, get a bit of a warm-up going, because the main event is next Saturday. That's what's really going to matter. I mean, compared to today and tomorrow, it's all about, okay, how do we balance this up? How much of our real like talent and push do we want to give out there? And it's interesting to see, like, maybe that is what's happening with Bustamante and a couple of the other teams, where they're not wanting to put their foot down on the pedal rather. They want to try and grab the medal at the end rather than try to focus on these 2 games. They're like, meh. We've already won a huge amount of money today, like Bustamante did obviously in the Ultimate Squad. So I think there's lots of ways to look at this. I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one as we go back in towards Bermuda, then Kalahari, and then obviously Purgatory at the end to finish it off.
I do want to talk about 2 very interesting teams, right? When we were looking at N9 as well as Nagasaki, they have been technically dropping in the same place for 3 times in a row, and they have been fighting it out quite a lot. I'm not too sure exactly if whether that has been kind of like a thing that they kind of played with one another before. Like, they're just like, okay, maybe for the side of N9, Nagasaki knows that N9 always goes to a certain area. Maybe they read them like an open book, and they're just like, yeah, we are Nagasaki. We know that N9 will die most of the time, and we're just going down to kill them 100% of the time. The last time we saw N9 and Nagasaki drop within Bermuda, if I remember correctly, it was Cape Town. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
It was the mill.
It was the mill, damn it. But
they were just milling around.
Definitely not the kind of out of the mill team. Okay, I gotta have to stop that. But yes, perhaps if the teams goes to mill again, then yes, that is probably what is happening. Someone is reading another team like an open book. But in the very event that they go somewhere else outside of the mill, and Nagasaki and N9 still ends up together, is either number one, it is a very elaborate open book test that someone is clearly doing very well of, or number two, someone just got really lucky or something like that.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping a sharp eye on these two teams to see what they do going forward, because it doesn't make any logical sense for N9 to keep dropping where they are, and it also doesn't make sense for Nagasaki to, well, I mean, it kind of does, but in an odd way, it makes sense for them to keep doing it as well. So we have to wait and see what they're going to decide to do. We are, just delaying some time right now because we're waiting for players to be able to get into the lobby so we can get into the first game of the second half of today. I mean, Bermuda is going to be a spicy one. I think overall, the sort of power ranking has kind of been an interesting one. I think Shift and Vastamundo have been the two teams that have sort of let us down in regards to what they've been showing. But also, you know what? Trident. Let's talk about that team. We've not really highlighted them too much, but last game they got destroyed. The game before that, they got 0 kills, but they managed to get to 7 placement points. What do you think is going wrong with them? Oh, and honestly, and their first game, the only kills they got were on Vastamundo in the first minute.
Yeah. Okay, so at least for that, right, when it comes to Trident, I would say that they definitely have a very elaborate idea as to how they would want to play within the Battle Royale scene. And of course, when it comes down to that, they don't want to show anything over to the other players when they look at the VODs, right? And that I can understand. That I can definitely understand. So most of the times, when it comes down to Trident, they probably just want to play it as safe as possible. They don't want to let out any of those information. So why would they want to seek out for kills if they are saving these strats? Because even when it comes down to team dynamics, when it comes down to how they fight other teams, some of these may accidentally leak out, like what we have saw from Silence, or was it not B, right? One Grenadier, one guy rushing right to his death, and the other one comes around for the flank, or rather 2 players come down for the flank, right? So at least when it comes down to that team, we've got their dynamics, and we may be able to skill it out, understand how they play, and other teams may be able to make full use of that so that they are more well prepared for that. So at least for now, I have no information on Trident, and if they're trying to save their strats, they're doing very well then.
Yeah, very well indeed. If that is the case, and it kind of just comes back to what we sort of said about Vastamundo and a couple of the others, that yeah, maybe they are saving their strats, they don't want to give it away too much for these other teams, and that might just be making teams like Silence look a little bit better than they should do. Although they obviously won that first game, they didn't win it by a mile strong. They didn't get the most kills. That was actually Beeline who managed to get 14 kills in that first game, but they've not really been a crazy presence in any of the other games. They've got a decent amount of kills and like respectable. They're still obviously on the first half of the leaderboard, but they're not a team in the second match or third match where I've been like, oh wow, it's Beeline, they're absolutely amazing, they're destroying a lobby. The first game, yeah, like they were just like back and forth, just ripping people's heads off, but this time around, not so much.
I suppose that they are bees for a reason, right? Not wasp or hornet. So honestly, I'm not too sure what to make out of Beeline, but I still want to see the kind of performances that they will be able to put right out. So far, when it comes to looking at the games, right, I do believe that every single one of these teams have got a different kind of highlights being shown onto them. Yeah, literally all of them, except for maybe 2 teams. I would say the MCS Africa as well as FFesports didn't quite have a lot of attention being put onto them, don't really quite have much spotlights. The only time that I remember much about FFesports was literally map number 1 into Bermuda, where they literally just scythe the hell out of the opponents, and that's pretty much all they have.
Well, let's get into the first, well, not first game, the second Bermuda rather, and it's going to be a bit of a, you know, a bit of a crazy one, I think, on this front. This playing line again, just allowing these teams to go where they want. We're going to be seeing Na'Vi and Shift be the first ones out of the playing line over towards Sentosa. If they both drop in there, that is going to be a damning sentence for at least one of those teams. Meanwhile, FFesports down towards the south, they're going to be split in Factory and Mars Electric and Chinook. Beeline, though, they are going to be going over towards Clock Tower, which they did before versus FFesports. FFesports have backed off from that.
Ah, look at this. It does seem like N9 still went over to the mill, but Nagasaki is actually making their way somewhere else. But for now, we're hearing a little bit of a fight, and that is going to be happening within of Sentosa. And that is going to be Na'Vi fighting against Shift within EMEA. I'm not too sure what to make out of this, but Shadow have decided to take a big wide leap down from the second floor. And because of that recoil, he's going to be knocked right down, and so will Pablo. But for Shadow, he still managed to find himself right back up on his feet, while Na'Vi, while most of them is actually pretty healthy. It does seem like we do have Vashni that got knocked down and eliminated by the hands of Diablo. So it doesn't seem like things are looking very well for them. A little bit of a push and pull, at least for now.
Push and pull as they might. We're going to be seeing one team come out on top here, and it is going to be fairly brutal. I just think on either side, DD is going to be doing his best to try and knock out this player, but try and chase after him as much as he can. Diablo is going to be able to jump behind this pole, peek out, and that's going to be all she wrote. Shift going out in 12th position with 1 kill. I just don't think that's worth it. How have Na'Vi only got 3 kills? I must have missed that slightly on that front. So one of the Shift side must have killed themselves, but Nagasaki are going to be landing on top of Vastamundo, thinking, hey, here's some kills, and we're going to see if this team can actually do anything.
Well, that was a really aggressive front from the side of Nagasaki, literally flying over the heads of Vastamundo. Yes, they did manage to pull a small little element of surprise on top of Vastamundo, but they have destroyed that by literally shooting right across the horizons and didn't really quite knock anyone down. They should have reserved their shot and just kind of have some trigger discipline and only go for the shot if they know that they can knock someone down. That way, they will be able to get themselves a little bit closer over to Vastamundo and just knock someone out. But as you can see, one of the Vastamundo players literally shot right into the sky like Team Rocket. But it doesn't seem like that is going to be all just yet. Laka left remaining within of Observatory, and the rest of the members who are coming from the side of Nagasaki came right in and sandwiched him out. Vastamundo, come on. What's going on here?
I don't understand what they're doing.
I don't
every
well.
yeah, no, I mean...
Wait, are they going... Wait, are they really going to chase after them?
I mean, why not? I mean, after all, I think Nagasaki are just all over the place. I don't really know what their strategy is. We are going to be seeing Crusher, though. He must have landed off somewhere. They're both going to be split across the 2 different areas. It's going to be Siversport, Vastamundo, and Nagasaki right upon each other. I'm not quite sure what to expect on this front, but Crusher has managed to get 1 kill. So this is definitely going to be a bit of an interesting one. I'm not going to lie. Nagasaki managed to get 2 kills so far, and they're going to find one of the players from Siversport first, I think.
Will they though? That's the big question, because he's hiding within the containers while 9SSTN he just slightly missed him out. Madness comes in, or rather, it's not gonna come out just yet. It does seem like they're definitely aware of each other's presence, and now they're going to go in for a duel. Literally going to be a good amount of time turner popped on top of one another, and that's gonna be 9STN gets himself knocked down, and so will Madness. Do know that Madness from Siversport is the one that has been singled out by his own teammates, while the rest of his fellow friends have decided to head their way over to Rin Nam Village. And I do want to, kind of highlight this for a little bit, right? Because Nagasaki, they barely managed to escape from the hands of Trident, because shortly after they have went to catch up with Vastamundo, Trident actually flew in right down on the observatory. So very close, if you ask me.
Yeah, they were running in to try and take that fight, because they knew that Vastamundo were over there. They knew that Nagasaki were there. They were thinking, oh, some free kills or some kills we can try and get. Overall, Siversport lost 2 people Bustamundo, they've lost 3, but hey, it's not the quickest they've gone out in a game, and they managed to get at least 1 kill on their team so far. So I guess that's something, but still, I'm definitely disappointed in the way they've been playing. I'm not quite sure what the hell happened over at Observatory. It feels like they're just not playing like themselves at all, which I guess kind of makes sense in the kind of context of what we were discussing about the fact that they just don't care about this first game at all. They're like, yeah, I mean, what's the point? Like, we 8 points lead for a couple of these teams, like on the next day, is really good and all, but maybe Bustamundo are just trying to play like completely like 5-head and be like, cool, yeah, 8 points, who cares? We'd rather keep our strategies and know how these guys are playing, and actually come in really hard and just chill in these games.
Mm-hmm. Technically, kind of makes sense. They're not showing us anything about their team dynamics right now. And for all the other MENA teams and CIS teams, well, when they come in and look at the VODs, they're just like, what? We can't learn anything about this. Or perhaps, right after this game, they will be thinking, meh, Vestamundo, they're nothing. We don't have to learn anything about them. And maybe when it comes down to the final day, Vestamundo just comes in and shut everyone down. Well, that's a far shot, but I hope that is actually going to be happening.
There's going to be the car rotation that I have talked about before, and it doesn't look like he's there. They're playing Misha, but I'm not quite sure on this front. Nope. But they have used the vehicles to rotate, and I'm happy with this. I like to see this, and you know what? It's worked out very well for them, and they're actually going to be parking them up inside this building for potential use later on. This is kind of what you'd see in other battle royales, where these cars are used more for rotational purposes, and I think that's definitely a meta that needs to kind of come into this. And they're actually going in for the full parking. I appreciate that.
Reverse parking. Well, they have etiquettes. I gotta have to give it over to them. Pretty fun to see that. But they went in for the parking, and they are pretty close to MCS Africa. How do you think it's gonna be like? Well, they have Beeline right in front of them as well.
I think it'd be pretty damning if one of these teams goes like full in and try to sort of attack each other. Then I think Beeline's just gonna come in, or MCS are going to come in and just be like, cool, we're going to third party this.
I really hope that something is happening here, because I don't think that Silence necessarily knows that MCS Africa is actually within a factory. But now that Silence have made all of those sounds, will invoke the wrath of Beeline and make their way into the factory. And maybe Beeline thought that the one that shot at them is actually MCS Africa. And now, because of what Beeline did, this is going to make Beeline, or rather, due to what Silence did, this is going to make Beeline take their advantage onto the lower grounds of Factory. They're going to have their eyes onto the third and the second level. And if Silence comes in, they should be able to wipe Beeline out.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely going to be a bit of a dangerous situation for Beeline to do, but you know what? This is the map where Beeline actually managed to get 14 kills overall, so I think it's a fairly interesting proposition for them to be able to chime in. Nicholas is going to be kind of stuck outside here, and you know what? He might be stuck out there, but he's currently holding on to the attention of 2 different players. That is now changing as these guys realize, and the player outside is now going to move as well, realizing that he isn't going to stuck there. And MCS are going to lose 1 player who's going to go down, but meanwhile, M9, who are surviving for the longest they ever have, out-surviving even Bustamundo here, are going to be fighting up against Trident.
But it doesn't seem like the game is going to be over just yet. That's going to be Zamaro that gets his Uzi shots down onto a single man on the side of N9. But it doesn't seem like that is going to be over just yet. Merz gets himself knocked down. He is going to be safe behind a glue wall, though. I really do hope that Azai's is able to come in to save his fellow friend. But I believe that he can see the head of Dido. He's going to be wrapping around in a wider sense. He did get the knockdown again onto the one that have just recently got picked up. But unfortunately, Azai's wasn't able to do much from that point in time. Katarov does not have a lot of health to work with, but he does have some first aid kits to work around. But all in all, I don't think that he will be able to get himself in a nice place. He has decided to peek right out of the window.
What's he doing?
Take a shot down onto N9, and that is going to be the advantage on the side of N9 with a total of 4 kills to their name.
Okay, yeah, this is just a weird one. I mean,
that's just throwing, wasn't it, by Katarov? I mean,
yeah.
technically, you can pretty much say that, yes, Cataract can heal up, he can play for the placements, but at this point in time, it kind of seems as though they are just like, man, why would we bother about this? So, honestly, it's really starting to show that some of these teams are flat out just reserving their skills, reserving every single tactic and techniques that they have.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of worries me because I'm like, well, I can't really take these 2 preliminary days fully serious because of the way some of these teams are playing, which is a little bit disappointing, I would have to say, overall for them. But you know what? The team that isn't disappointing, it is going to be Beeline, MCES, and also Corrupt Esports, who are joining in on that front. Oh, we're going to be seeing Nagasaki coming after N9. That's going to be them looking to come in and be like, okay, we'll finish the job as you guys managed to take out Trident. We'll finish you off. We'll get a bunch of points. We'll look fairly happy.
Beeline now, because of the fact that they are within of the danger area. Number 1, they gotta have to get out of the danger area. Or number 2, make their way over to the northern side of the factory, whereby they are gonna be in safe hands under a roof, or well, just kind of stay at the edge there, which they should be safe. While Silence, though, doing something a little bit different, but we're just going to be moving out of that side for now. And 9, they're just going to be coming up against Nagasaki. And do note, both of these teams have got a total of 5 kills to their name. So these two MENA teams are finding each other out. And they can actually get a decent amount of kill points from one another if they completely win entirely. So I'm not gonna know how it's gonna be like, but Ivar finds himself knocked down by a single car 98k, while Nice Done gets himself running away, while Wanis is doing the same after losing Ivar. So N9, they do have the advantage. They have the kill leader to their name as well. So other than that, I would say that it was quite a disciplined play from Nagasaki, immediately fleeing their way out of that, knowing that they have the numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. I didn't think Nagasaki would be running for the hills right now, but hey, I guess why not? They don't want to give extra 3 points over towards M9, so they're just like, yeah, we'll just run away. There are a couple of vehicles here if they feel kind of suicidal. There are also players running out in the open. And Stein, I don't know if he's seen him or not, but they've definitely seen him because Wanis has actually just shot over towards that direction. Like, hey, here's a dinner bell. Here's a dinner bell. Also, there's some sharks in the water as well by the name of Sivaspor. Navi gonna have lost 1 player right at the start to shift, and they've only got 3 kills. I'm still confused by that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who they actually killed though, but it's okay. The main thing is that Navi is once again playing on the extremities of the circle, and at least when it comes to pattern, they're at the eastern side of the circle, and the same thing happened in the previous one. So that could be a saying that Navi have got some kind of liking to the eastern part of the circle, and when they go for a rotate, very likely they're gonna be finding themselves in the eastern side as well. We shall see how that is gonna go, because if teams ever were to realize that, and if they were to listen to the commentary, this may make quite a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be able to do. And it's actually going to be Nagasaki chasing on after and going to be able to get a knockdown on one of the Nagasaki players. Rather, it was N9 who did that. It's going to be Vaisara pushing up towards Silence. I'm not quite sure which team's going to be able to prove up on top here. The grenade's not going to be doing much work from the side of Vaisara. Silence, they managed to wipe out Vaisara before, if I remember correctly. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again this time around. It's going to be Puprex and his team trying to get into this building that has extra defenses built on. I think these extra glue walls are just taking the mickey right now. Reverb is going to be knocked down, very low HP. He might end up getting dropped down. It's going to be Donu who's going to get taken down first. Cheese is going to be pushing in, trying to get a kill, but the grenades are coming. They have to get out of dodge. They realize, oh yeah, okay, we can't actually push in there. Donu's going to be on very low HP, but does get revived. And they're just going to be stuck in this room. A simple couple of grenades could do a huge amount of damage, but I think all the nades from the side of Vaisara have already been used.
I would say that was a pretty impressive defense from the side of Silas. They didn't lose anyone at this point in time, and the only thing that they have shown is the fact that, yes, they have grenades. So at least when it comes to conserving strategies, they have got that. But with the massive amount of glue walls they're just gonna be erecting out of this house, that could be well, they could be attracting quite a lot of attention. I'm not too sure how good it is to completely block themselves out of the house per se, but maybe it will be able to do quite some work. In the meantime, looking on to Na'Vi, moving themselves right on top of B line, and one winning thing, or rather one thing that we can learn from all of that is that they have got grenade launches. They have grenades as well, and also they are still on the eastern part of the circle. And Silence, unfortunately, taken down by Vastamundo. So their turtling strategy is unfortunately not gonna work out. Moving on to N9 with a total of 7 kills. They are your kill leader. Will they be able to come up on top of Grub Esports? We gotta have to watch how this fight pans out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a difficult one. I think, you know what, Grub Esports should definitely... What are you doing? I think he just knocked himself with his own grenade, and N9 is going to be pushing up here and should actually be able to slaughter this Grub Esports, because they're not looking that careful in this front. That's going to be a grenade straight up there, but he's going to come out, and it's going to be Gringotts with the grenade launcher taking out Krill, and we're going to be seeing the whole of Vaysara go out in a couple of seconds via Na'Vi. I think there's one person left standing on their side. Meanwhile, N9 are going to be in close proximity fights. It takes down a couple of last members. I think FireXL's last one to go. And that's going to be N9 taking the final kill with 11 kills total so far. Na'Vi looking to get the final kill on Vaysara. But the Storm is coming and looking to do a lot of damage and get a lot of kills as well on their side. But Vaysara able to survive upstairs a bit. Silverspore going to be down, and this whole game has just been hugely weird to me. I don't feel even comfortable saying that any of these teams are playing properly at this point in time.
But right now, with 3 members remaining from the side of Na'Vi, they have a total of 10 kills to the name, so that definitely calls for celebration. But for Vaysara, I do believe that only one of them remains, and what we can see from the minimap is a single member from Silverspore. So 3 from Na'Vi, 1 from Vaysara, and 1 from Silverspore. That is 3 squads with 5 members. So there's another squad that still have 2 members, which is probably all the way at the northwestern side. Unfortunately for Silverspore, it doesn't seem like they will be able to do much. And that is going to be them eliminated. Or N9 is the one that is actually going to be all the way at the western side. Vaysara finds himself knocked right out with Reaver being the last member remaining. Skyreese lands a headshot right down onto one of the members from the side of N9. The glue wall was popped, but I don't think that's going to be putting a lot of a deal. They're just going to be moving right on. Svitor is going to be dead, but it's okay. The rest of the members from the side of Na'Vi have come up with a booyah once again. Boy, oh boy, I don't know if whether they are just really that good despite hiding their strats, or are they actually just throwing everything out that they have?
Yeah, I think they might be playing fairly good, but at the same time, like I said, I can't quite work out what is going on these teams. I think it might come down to the fact that they don't, like, no team has wanted to give it their all, so this is kind of like more like scrim games.
Right.
Which is a bit of a disappointment. I think that's probably one of the most likely situations for me. I just want to watch this, actually. So they managed to get 3 kills only. So what happened to the 4th kill on Shift? Because Shift went out here. But how did one of their players die without them getting the kill? So either he accidentally knocked himself down or died to the danger zone, or what? But I don't know if we're going to see it here. No, we're not. So you know what? I'll never know unless I go and watch back on the VOD.
Shadow, Diablo, yeah, I don't think that we'll be able to get much information from that one. But when it comes down to this game within of Bermuda, I think that this is exactly what you said, right? This is kind of like a game of a scrimmage between the teams. None of these teams are really trying to do their absolute best, and at the meantime, not exactly trying to do their absolute worst as well, because let's be honest, it's kind of tough to do really bad. In the end, yes, the teams may have ended up with a couple of questionable plays, such as Katarov just not Cat, or was it Zamaro? I think it was Katarov just not giving a care in the world and just decided to peek right out the window with its full body profile for his enemies to kill, while he does have 3 medkits on him. Those kind of stuff definitely happens, but what is going on through their mind baffles me. I don't know what's going on. The viewers probably don't know what's going on. It is only the teams that really understands what they are doing and I don't want to call them out just yet because this could very much be a kind of a psychology game going on.
Completely agree. I think that there is multiple levels as to what the hell is going on, but let's have a look at the post-match and see which players are able to come out on top. It's going to be Navi coming out on here. You know what? Fair play. 9 kills. That's okay. I think that's all right. That'll be possible. And then N9 are going to hold 2 spots.
That's okay, Tom.
Oh, you know, it's acceptable. I mean, 9 kills in a single game, you know. But
high bar that you set up for them, huh?
20 kills or nothing, basically.
Wow. Well, technically, if you're looking at the entire post-match stats, they do have a total of 20 kills, if you ask me. It has been widely spread out, actually. We've got 1 from Navi, 1 from FFesports, and 2 from N9. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Chef getting 4 kills and putting himself in the top 4 fraggers of game number 4, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a really impressive part from their side, considering they were out in the water for the majority of that game.
You say 4 kills is impressive, but 9 kills is just meh?
Yeah. No. Obviously, I'm not all of it, but 4 kills, considering they're in the water for like 90% of the game. I think I would like to go back and see what happened there. But I think overall, like N9, they've been a bit of a meme team. Same with Nagasaki. I'm not quite sure what to really expect from them. Obviously, like they went up against Trident, was that Nagasaki? I can't even remember which team it was out. Well, it might be Nagasaki, but like you were talking about with one of the players who just like leaned out the window, saw a player, but shot at someone else, went in for the flush instead of doing anything else. But let's have the match standings for match 4 Bermuda, and we're going to be seeing Navi coming out away with 26 points total. Still not record breaking. I think the most amount of points we've seen, actually, no, that's exactly the same as game 1 for Beeline, actually. Wait, no, Beeline? No, sorry, yeah, this is record breaking, actually. Sorry, I am mistaken.
Nice.
They got 14 kills, which is the highest amount of kills alongside Beeline in the very first game on Bermuda.
Well, other than them, we are looking at N9 with a total of 20 points to their name, which honestly is kind of surprising to me. They have gotten themselves a total of 11 kills, and shortly after that is going to be Vesorar with a 8-point deficit. Total of 12 points to the name, followed by FFesports with 11. Let's take a look at the rest, shall we? Well, Nagasaki is at 9, Silence at 5, Drop 7, Bastimundo 3, Trident 0. Right. Because of the Katarov situation against one of the teams, I think it was N9, right? Definitely not something that we were expecting, but how does this translate over to the overall standings? Well, here we go. Navi with 75 points. It kind of seems like they are a little bit out of reach to all the other teams, isn't it?
Yes. they've got over double the points of number 4, number 5, number 6. I think that's just they're kind of going Bustamundo on the other teams at the moment in regards to being able to get like huge amount of points above everyone else. 36 kills total. That is insane when you compare it to everyone else. I mean, it's double the likes of, like, say, Nagasaki, way over double face reverse, like quadruple, whatever it is. I think, yeah, just overwhelming. I think the top line here is interesting. I mean, Navi, Beeline, Silence. I don't think we've even been seeing them play the A game, which is kind of why I was like memeing on it, saying that the 9 kills isn't too much, because I think Navi can do even better.
Well, Trident, though, despite the fact that they didn't get a single point in game number 4, they still managed to hold their placing in 4th place. That pretty much shows that the other teams, they didn't quite do that well as I was expecting, right? FFesports, yes, they are neck and neck with Trident, and Esports is just 1 point away. Nagasaki is at 3 points away. The next 2 games are gonna be relatively big for the 2nd place, 3rd place, and the 4th place. I think the 4th place is the one that everyone is trying to contest for. 1st place is just kind of out of everyone's reach, and they're just like, yeah, we don't really have to do anything. So at least for Beeline, I would say that they probably wouldn't want to care about the game anymore, because they are all the way at the 2nd place. And if they are able to hold their spot in second place or third place, I think they would be pretty happy about that. It's either now that they stop or later, as in now, as in game number 5, they will stop, or game number 6, they will stop.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have a look at the other teams, I think any team from 8th place up to 5th place could easily take, not easily, but could definitely take 4th or 3rd, and even I think 2nd as well. But overall, they should definitely be able to keep up in that sort of top 4 spot. But either way, for now, we're going to hop back over in towards a break. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll be on Kalahari. See you then.
What is this place? Too quiet. Maybe not. I was expecting a warmer welcome.
Your fame is justified after all.
Give me a reason to blow your brains out.
You are a king without a crown. And I am a queen with an arsenal. You seek fame, but I don't mind being hidden in the mist. Bring me the legendary suit, and in return you will have fortune and respect as a true hero hunter. What do you say?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back for another matchup, and it's going to be here on Kalahari, which is going to be an interesting one. You know what, this time I want to see the beautiful refinery. What about you, Abstract?
Well, when we talk about refinery, it is all about that verticality, and I do want to see a little bit of that amateur mistake now, because now that we have saw how the games are played, we can technically say that the teams are essentially not using any form of communications, and they're not exactly planning a proper route how to go from one place to another, maybe except for Na'Vi, right? Because it kind of seems as though like Na'Vi is really playing their hearts out, while the other teams just maybe not quite. So I would love to see one team just camping right down on the refinery, caught off guard, and just, or not really caught off guard, but kind of tunnel vision themselves fighting another team, and didn't realize that they may be yoinked out by the circle. And that is something that we see a lot when it comes to amateur leagues, right? They stay in the refinery too much, and then once the circle comes a little bit too close, they are just like, oh crap, oh no, how do we get down here, kind of thing, you know?
Grapples, use your grapples. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I do hope it does go towards refinery. I want to see just teams upon teams. Let's just land and go in towards refinery. Well, maybe late game, not straight away. Let's see them play out towards the outskirts and then just all sort of push in towards the center. It does make up for some of the more exciting games, I think, when it's dead in actual refinery, not around the edges over towards like the north or west, for example. That is just brutal, and we tend to see most teams get dropped off. But we are going to be flying into the one and only Kalahari in a couple of seconds. Maybe that'll get delayed as the time has just gone, but Kalahari can wait. Refinery, I'm intrigued to see if that does happen, but at the same time, if it lands anywhere else, you know what, Mammoth, we've never seen, well, I've never seen a circle go over there, but now I called it a bit too early, but here we go. Kalahari are flying in the submarine. But what would you make of a Mammoth landing?
Well, when it comes to Mammoth landing, it kind of seems as though you would want to technically play more on the verticality as well, right? There are the bones that you're gonna have to play around with, the fossil, the hill, that rock formation here and there. I personally don't jump into Mammoth at all, so I actually don't really know a lot about the loots about Mammoth, like how good the loot is. Most of the time, I always jump into Shrines, Foundation, and Bayfront. These three are my favorite places to go. I don't really jump into Refinery because for obvious reasons, but, you know, to each its own. Maybe Mammoth is actually a pretty good place to start off with.
Wow. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think it would be quite an interesting spot for these guys. And you know what's interesting? We're going to be seeing Science versus, not Science, sorry, it's Shift versus Na'Vi once again. Some vengeance could be had, but it doesn't look like it's going to go in the way of a Shift. They didn't get the weapons as you really need to in this front. They have got a couple of shotguns and running over to potentially take some shots on these guys. Diablo is going to get a knockdown on the guy there. Might just be able to actually get some flushes out as well. The time turner is going to be getting popped, but I think that's most of what they've actually got to be able to use in regards to utility. So I think Na'Vi should be able to close this one out most likely, but coming down under here, that revolver is only going to be able to do so much. Wearing that wedding dress, looking absolutely fantastic.
I have no idea whether I am supposed to love it or hate it, but
love it. You gotta love it. You were asking.
I mean, yeah, I'll love it. I'll love it before my my girlfriend kills me for saying that I don't like wedding dresses. But Skyrix, unfortunately, has been knocked down, and so will Vashni and Spidogor. He's gonna be left with DD all alone. He's gonna have to deal with Diablo, and in the very event that he actually managed to bring down Diablo, that would be nice. But oh, look at that sensitivity! Literally goes in for that switch and swap and flick. That is going to be a really good showing from Na'Vi, managing to... Can you imagine if Alien is actually the last player remaining and Pablo is dead as well? That is like how they lose in game number 4. I mean, in game number 5, that would have been funny. But speaking of funny, that is gonna be King. Okay, never mind. The entire thing of Silverspore got knocked down like that. This game is just hilarious. Getting us so hysterical.
I just don't even know what to make of this. I mean, at this point, they're 100% memeing. MCES, this is their chance, you know what, to get some revenge on Grub Esports, who decimated them in game 2 last time, as they managed to get a complete wipe. FireXL is going to be in a bit of a difficult situation, a 1 versus 4 situation almost, as the rest of his team are not close enough. A grenade should be going out towards him. He hasn't used any glue walls to try and block it off yet, 'cause it hasn't been quite thrown. There we go. And that is going to be the time Turner popped. And now they know where they are. They are going to be taking shots, but Abdul is in a perfect position, like, to just counter this as well and go for some damage. But KO is looking to dive in here, looking to try and get some damage on these guys, but it is going to be super difficult for him to be able to land these shots. FireXL is going to get knocked down soon if he's not careful enough, as Nunes is going to die and FireXL is going to get taken down. Then this should probably be the downfall of Grub Esports this round. Anyway, there's only 2 of them standing, and Gringox and Martins are soon to be found. Gringox, last one left alive.
Don't run.
What is going on?
Don't run. Come on, don't run. You know what to do, Gringox. Go back in and go for the fight. Don't run. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you running? Definitely is going to be the case, and it's just gone past 4:20 on the clock, and he's going to be trying to make his way out and trying to survive here. But Beeline are going to be going after Silence, and they might just be able to, you know, survive this if they're careful, because it seems like Six is going to get taken down by Subo rather, and they might just be going back and forth. I think Silence are going to be down to just 2 players, if I'm right in saying, and they're going to, well, potentially going to be down to another player right now, as Dandy is going to be the last one to just revive it. It seems like there's not even going to be a push coming out from Beeline. There you go. Silence have another member up behind them. That's why.
It does seem like it's going to be a 2-2 split, at least from the side of Silence. They definitely have an idea that Beeline is just right across the horizons at a higher ground, but they don't want to. It doesn't seem like they would want to go for a fight. And understandably so, right? I've talked about this before. If there isn't any reason to jump in on the opponents, then don't. And of course, they are on the edge of the circle as well. If there's anything and anywhere they want to go, it is definitely into command post, because that is where you can play more of that gatekeeping kind of strategy. But let's move on and take a look at the other teams. That is going to be Vastamundo. They have managed to fly their way in all the way to from Shrines to the northern region of Refinery. While Trident heads himself within of the heart of Refinery, and Vasorar getting in a little bit too close for comfort onto Trident as well. That is probably going to be the next fight that we are going to see.
I completely agree. They should be the fight, and you know what, Refinery could still be in the cooling cars to be in the center. I think it's slightly off. We did see Vastamundo jump down south towards Trident, so maybe we'll see a nice epic fight between them within or around Refinery here. Oh, it's actually going to be Vasorar, sorry, and Cheetah is going to get slapped there, and it's going to be the side coming after him. Cheetah's are potentially going to be trying to run away here inside this building, though. He's going to build himself a glue wall, but it's not going to happen. He's going to go down to the side, and he is going to be getting taken down. He didn't even take a shot at Zamara there, so this is just a, yeah.
Yep, let's just leave it to that and say that they just don't want to fight. They don't want to show how they fight. At this point in time, they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna play the waiting game. If you let's just play hide and seek. If you find me and you can catch me, then you get a point. If you don't find me and you don't catch it, or rather catch me, then we're just gonna go all the way to the end of the circle. Which kind of seems as though that is what Vasorar is currently doing right now. It makes sense though, at least for now, because they do have 2% knockdown. The best thing that they can do is just turtle or just play possum. Just fake it till they make it.
Fake it until you make it, indeed. I mean, Vasorar, come on, guys. You got to do better than this. Paparex and Reverb, last 2 players alive. They've got a couple of guns on them. Tommy guns, snipers. All the rest, Silence. They've got 2 kills on them so far, which I think must have been on Beeline, if I'm right in saying. And Beeline are now stuck outside in the storm. Talk about being left outside the door. Meanwhile, Vastamundo still alive just north of Trident, who are going to be pushing out towards them if they're not careful. Gringox still alive somehow. Shift coming in, and this circle is going to shift, and for some reason we closed down the map, so I have no idea where that went. Yeah, I think it went north. It must have gone further north. I'm not too sure on that side. Oh, there's going to be Wannis taking out Dodo.
And, well, things are definitely starting to look a little bit slow. And at least I do like to see that. I talked about it, right? It kind of goes slow. Don't just jump right into the opponents so fast, right? And I take it back, right? I just want to kill. I just want to see kills. Just throw all caution in the wind. Don't care about strategies. Don't care about anything else. Everyone drop into one place, kill everyone, and that's it. That would have been funny. That would have been nice to see. And so far, we have seen some funny interactions every now and then. And I gotta say, at least for day 1 and day 2, we can kind of expect things to be relatively lighthearted, and we can just take everything with a grain of salt.
I think so too. I think these first 2 days are going to be so, you know, like fairly relaxed and chilled for these teams. They're going to meme around. They're going to try and dunk on each other, get the kills with the scythes, do a couple of other bits, but otherwise I don't think we have to expect too much from them in regards to anything. But you know what? I want to see some 360 no scopes, some like epic grenade montages. I want to see the danger zone kill some more people, to be honest. I might just be rather heinous for saying that, but at the end of the day, I really do find it quite funny to see the danger zone just screw up their gameplay at times.
And this time I will say that Silence is probably taking the wing as Na'Vi. You know, putting themselves in the eastern side, just doing whatever they want. I'm surprised that Dandy can actually find whoever is going to be on that watchtower. They're doing pretty decently onto their side as well, you know. It was just a P90 that knocked Donu down. And do know that that is a pretty far shot. And to land all those shots is pretty darn tough, even if you are scoping in and out to take advantage of the auto-aim situation. I definitely can't do that. No way in hell would I be able to do that. I don't know how he's doing all of that, but gonna have to give it to them. They all have the mechanics. Oh, Nazais. Wait, isn't he the last member from Trident?
I'm not quite sure. I can't quite work. No, he's not. No, there's still other members as well. Nah, there's still more. Seems like Beeline came back for some more, and Silence are happy enough to put them down. Donu's the only player on their team at the moment with 0 kills. Hopefully that's going to change. He has been knocked out, I think, 2 or 3 times so far. FFesports is going to have another player knocked down by the likes of Trident, and also potentially flushed. Well, yeah, that would be flushed. Oh no, it was the second knock on the exact same player. I'm not quite sure what they're trying to achieve on this part. That is going to be a glue. I thought it was going to be a nade, but no. So they're just going to be hanging out around this part. They do have to be careful because I think there's going to be multiple. Oh, what a nade! Nakazaki with the long distance nade. That must be like a drop down of like 100 to 150 meters or something onto the player. That was insane. And we're going to be seeing Grub Esports, the first one going out. Crusher going to find that kill. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Nakazaki versus N9.
And now, Nakazaki vs N9, we are looking at a repeat of what's gonna be, what has happened for the past few games. How is it gonna be like? Will N9 come up on top again? Doesn't seem like things are looking very well for them though, because Nice Done gets himself in single knockdown onto the opponents. Oh! Dandy from the other side with the single grenade! Bring 3-person down! And just because of that, Silence have gotten themselves with the kill leader. But back to the situation at hand. It is gonna be Nakazaki. I believe that 2 of them has been knocked down, and 9 is doing a pretty good job with Astrox currently knocked down. He's gonna be picked right up, so no problem whatsoever. A single member from the side of Nakazaki just gonna be hiding himself right within all of that corner of the wall and using a glue wall to put himself right out. But in the end, he will still go down to the hand of Ditto, and N9 went off with a total of 3 kills to the name, and none of these players has been eliminated as well.
Well, it's going to be an interesting turn of events here. We're going to be seeing Silence potentially going down. I'd like to see a scythe coming out between these teams, but it's actually just going to be Silence being able to get kills, and Donu finally going to be able to get a kill on the board, but coming out through the window is going to be Beeline straight into their death. And now the revive is going to be coming out for Dandy. It's going to be 8 kills of Silence so far altogether, but Bustamundo have heard and seen all these kills coming up, so this should be them just trying to clean up face and get a couple of kills on the board for themselves, because obviously they've been rather lackluster today and haven't really achieved anything, so it'd be nice to see a couple of kills on the board from them. But meanwhile, Trident, as usual, just going to be getting a couple of kills. You're going to be seeing Nazel's come under fire, actually, from Crusher. He's going to potentially have to use all his glue walls to be able to survive on this one. Zamaro is going to go down. And this is going to be Trident versus Bustamundo. Potentially a bit of a streak of revenge here for this side. Kadyrov is going to be able to pick up his teammate, though. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 situation between them. Plus, actually, Silence going to be coming in on the side of Bustamundo. This might actually just completely mess up Bustamundo's game plan. They weren't keeping an eye out on their other sides, and we're going to be seeing Lopez jump out the window, who is actually taking the place of obviously one of the other players right now in regards to Lacao. So they've obviously switched up their roster. They're just doing something different. Nunes, finally, they're going to put down the likes of Silence.
Nunes taking down the entirety of Vastamundo in the end, despite all 4 of them remaining and alive. They still didn't manage to do quite much. That was an amazing grenade onto the side of Zamaro. Bring down N9 all by his own. And the entirety of Trident still alive. Another grenade was hoping that he'll be able to bring Dowley down, but it doesn't seem like it will connect. They're still moving right on, and the entirety of Trident is still up and alive. Merce takes the final kill on top of Dowley, and that is going to be the last 2 teams available. Trident all the way at the bottom left hand side, and it is going to be Shift that's going to be slightly away from them with a barrage of grenades happening around. That is going to be how they're going to be initiating a fight when Nazias got himself right onto the flank, onto the side of Pablo, continuing on with the size, grinding him and slicing him and dicing him to death. And that is going to be one of the members from the side of Shift that has been eliminated. In the end, Shift does have a numbers disadvantage, and Merce move right on, gets a shot onto Merce, get a shot onto Alien, but it does seem like it is the other way around. The shotgun from Alien does seem to be doing a pretty good job as it swiftly weaves in and out of all of these glue walls and potentially just juking out the enemies. But unfortunately, because of all of those jukes, it's going to allow the members from Trident to just come right in and survive, and the only thing that they get to do is just to put a scythe on his back.
Wow, okay. Bit of an interesting ton of events. Trident gonna be able to get the booyah this time around for themselves and get a bunch of kills in the process as well. Look at all their little pretty faces and their pretty little jerseys as well. I think just overall they performed pretty well in that game. They obviously destroyed Bustamundo. I can't remember which member it was from Bustamundo, but they dived out and tried to get a bunch of shots on to the running by players. I think it might have been Crusher or something, and I think Nazar or whatever just came up from behind. I was like, yeah, no, I don't think so, and just managed to take them down.
Good games all across the board. I gotta have to say, the thing that we're looking at right now is the new meta. Who cares about grenades? Who cares about the Misha meta? No, don't care about that. This time, this season, it is all about the scythe. Ladies and gentlemen, all you gotta do is equip the scythe and you will have a good game. Time and time again. We are looking at very high octane pace of the game, and the players knows that, and the best way that they can take advantage of the situation is literally just slice and dice their enemies. And the only one of the best ways that you can counter that is holding a shotgun. But let's be honest, what's the chances of a team actually picking shotgun for themselves? Maybe only one person, but let's be honest, the chances of that is really slim.
Yeah, well, we did see a mass amount of grenade kills in this as well as just tons and tons of scythe kills and just shotgun kills coming out from just every direction. Sniper kills doing good as well. Saw Dandy getting absolutely wiped here by one of the players but getting revived. But meanwhile, Nunes getting a kill on them with that scythe, which was hilarious. Oh, it was Nunes. You can see that he tried just going in for the just spam attack on them, but forgot to account for the other players on Trident's side. Look, it's just scythe coming out from these guys once again. It's just such a meme. But let's have a look at the post-match and see which one of these players got the most scythe kills.
as meme as it looks, it is actually kind of like a legit strategy. Yeah, I talked about it just now. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. I'm not gonna go too in-depth about it. But one thing I will go in-depth about is the very fact that Trident has found himself at the top of the leaderboards with Nazias with a total of 7 kills to his name, followed by Zamaro, 6 kills, and then the rest of the members are going to be members from Silence, and that is going to be Dandy with 4 kills and Donu with 3 kills.
Well, either way, all these players doing fairly well to get kills. Wow, I mean, being Silence and Trident, I mean, CIS are definitely going to be trying a little bit harder in these preliminary games, it seems, compared to the others. And you know what? Being able to get a high kill count for the Liquipedia page or whatever is definitely something to try and do, I guess, and to try and get these extra 8 potential points at the end of this weekend. Could be like, you know, a bit of an interesting start for these guys. And hopefully, I mean, when we have a look at the overall match, I'm interested to see where teams like Face Raw, Grow Up Esports, Buster Mundo, and also just like N9 and Nakazaki are at.
I think when it comes down to the overall stats, I don't think that we'll be looking at any surprises. Trident with this win should be able to get them over to 3rd place, or maybe even the 2nd place. I'm not too sure at this point in time because of the massive amount of kills that they have got. Okay, maybe if we just put our math into this, right? 7 kills plus 6 kills is just half of the team, but we'll make use of that. That is a total of 13 points plus the Booyah, and that's going to be 12 points. And just because of the placements plus these 2 members, we are effectively looking at a total of 26 points. Is it? 13? No, 13, 14, 26, 7. 27 points. Sorry, I need my fingers to count. So, 27 points just from 2 members plus placement. We haven't even counted the other 2. So there could be a very good chance that they can hit like 31 or 32 points from this round, and it could be enough to put them on 2nd place and slightly below of not V.
Yeah, I mean, you said it wasn't going to really be possible for Na'Vi to be getting challenged, but you know what? In these kind of circumstances, I think, yeah, 76 points is insane, and it was about 30 plus points away from the team just below them. So I'm definitely interested to see what comes up next, because we should be seeing the post-match stats next. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to go on there. And I'm interested to see if someone's able to challenge where they're going to be able to land with this, because like you said, they could chase it up. Let's hop on over towards the stand-ins. Here we go. First match, the 5th match stand-ins rather. 26 points, not too bad.
Did I math wrongly? 7 plus 6. 13. That's 13 points. Oh, that means the other 2 members literally only have like 1 point. But yeah. I did my counting and I said 27. So I actually failed my quick math, and that's not even quick. So I failed my slow math one way or another.
It's impressive.
It's very impressive at the fact that I failed elementary. Impressive that I failed elementary math going on. I got, even if I use my fingers, I still got it wrong. But speaking of getting things wrong, it does seem like Na'Vi definitely got this game very wrongly with a total of 2 kills, or rather, 2 kills and 2 points to their name only. But the rest of the team here, Shift 14 points. I do want to look at Beeline, all right? 5 points to their name. I don't think that Beeline will be able to hold their 2nd place in the overall standings at this point in time. And I'm kind of surprised that throughout today's games, despite how trolly and meme kind of games that we're looking at today, none of these teams have managed to break through 30 points, which is kind of surprising to me.
Well, let's have a look at the overall stand and see what has mixed up and got changed up. Oh, look at that. I thought Trident Clan would have actually done a lot better, but no, actually we've seen Na'Vi managed to get 2 extra points. They went from 75 all the way up to 77. Oh, what a shift. Meanwhile, down below them, 59 on Trident, 56 on Silence, 51 on Beeline, 41 on Shift. That's not too bad. And Nakazaki back in 6th. And we're going to be going on from this. And well, what an interesting set of results.
Interesting results all over the board. I gotta have to agree. And that pretty much wraps up and concludes the end? Well, what the heck? If math is going wrong, English is going wrong as well. Someone shoot me in the head. But, well, for now, that is the end of round number 5. Things are definitely looking really good at this point in time for Na'Vi and technically really good for Trident. The power rankings that we have set up for ourselves are 3 out of 4 correct, with Trident on Na'Vi on the top, followed by Trident, and then Shift, while Vasto Mundo, let the sleeping dogs lie.
Yes, it's definitely been disappointing for their side, but we're going to be taking a quick break and we're going to be back in about 5 minutes, and I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be able to do in the final games. Make sure not to go anywhere. We'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got one more matchup for you today, and it's going to be on the best map, in my opinion. It's going to be on Purgatory, and it is going to be the one to wrap it up. We've had Bermuda, we've had Kalahari, and now we're on to Purgatory once again. And you know what? I want to see a lot of Scythe kills. I want to see more players wearing that wedding dress outfit. I think it's absolutely beautiful on them. What about you, Abstract?
As probably way too distracting. That's all I can say. It could either make me completely miss all my shots, or it's gonna make me super good at my aiming because I just want to shoot him down, kind of thing. Right? So
getting jealous of the wedding.
Not yet. I'm only 26. I'm not there yet. But maybe.
Can I hear hear the sounds of little pitter patters? And have you got a ring? And I'm not going to pressure you or joke about that any further, but yeah, I'm sure your girlfriend wouldn't like you taking the mickey out of wedding dresses too much. But either way, if you don't speak loud, she won't be able to hear you. But we've got 30 seconds till we're going to be back into the next game, hopefully. And Purgatory, I want to see some fast-paced action. If they all land in Brasilia, I would love it.
I would too. I'm just gonna put it out there, right? Because in the beginning, I wouldn't say beginning, but in the start of the second half, I was kind of saying like, yeah, you guys gotta stop fighting. You guys shouldn't go for this kind of early fights. That aspect say this, aspect say that. Take it all, wrap it up, and just crush it, and just throw it in the bin. Just jump in onto somewhere, Brasilia, whatever, and kill one another.
Here we go, and we're going to be seeing the first couple of teams drop out over the top of Marble Works rather, and the golf course, and we're going to be seeing Race Raga over towards Crossroads a bunch. What? Okay, cool, brilliant. There's like 5 teams that just dropped, but it does seem like Silence are going to be heading off towards Central. But I think we're going to have like 3 teams in Brasilia, 4 teams. I think Shift might go up there actually. I think Shift are going to join them. 4 teams in Brasilia. You know what? I will take that.
I'm happy enough. It does seem like in the hearts of Brasilia, we're gonna be looking at B-Line N and 9. In the southern part of Brasilia, we are gonna be looking at Vastamundo, and doesn't seem like that is the end just yet. We have Nagasaki that's coming in close. In fact, I'm actually not too sure what's going on with them. I think they're heading over to the eastern part of Brasilia, while Shift is making their way to Fire Brigade.
I think we might end up remaking this one, because although, yeah, there's like an absolute, like just loads of kills going on. There's actually 2 players from Nagasaki who are out of the game right now. Oh, what a nade going to be coming out actually from B-Line. We'll double check and see what's actually happening on there. But meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the rest of these players going down. B-Line going to be down to 1 person. Shoxy, he's got a dream. He's got a hope to him. N9, they're slaughtering his teammates, and there we go. It's going to be Shoxy going out. I think he must have just killed himself there.
Probably so. I'm not too sure about what has happened, but N9 did manage to get himself a decent amount of kill, but not V though. All the way in the eastern side, they did manage to get themselves 2 kills, and I do believe that they are just gonna be making a rush down onto MCES Africa, all the way in the Forge, and slightly going down south. I don't think they're gonna be letting MCES Africa get away. In fact, there is gonna be a car from Sars Spidogor, and just going to give chase. I'm pretty sure that they should be able to catch up to them, no problems. But the question is if whether they can take this fight without losing a single person, because a small little birdie told me that someone is gonna get hurt real bad.
I love this like tiger dinosaur outfit. It is absolutely chef's kiss, absolutely beautiful. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Skyrock to get taken down by Abdul, and we're going to be seeing his teammate come around the corner with a shotgun, but he's going to get obliterated himself. Zizox going to gain himself an early entry to the death grounds. MCES are going to be down to 1 player as well. They only had 2 people join up in this server. Not quite sure what's going on in this. We've got 2 teams with only 2 players, and we're already down to 10 teams, and okay, I don't think that amount of flags is sort of well deserved in this scenario. You kill 2 people. Bustamundo, though, are going to be in Brasilia. They know N9 are around here, so I think they wanted to get some kills and some revenge.
Well, it does seem like my little buddy said it right. Someone's got to get hurt real bad, and one person did go down from their side. So it's not necessarily a flawless victory, but for now, within of Brasilia, we are starting to see that Vasto Mundo have thoroughly wrapped N9 within their hands, and that could be a Okay, that just happened. Victor knocked down by his own damned grenade, but it doesn't quite matter because he will be back up on his feet thanks to Krill. But the rest of the players are now within the same compounds, and Vastomundo doesn't seem like they are interested in making any moves. In fact, one of the players have decided to walk away over to the eastern side, leaving Nunes alone, which will be knocked down. Not too sure whether he will be a-okay or not, but we will be changing our perspective and gonna be looking at a more interesting fight over here, and that is gonna be Grow Up Esports fighting against Basel Rar, which will have Gringotts being knocked down behind the glue wall.
Yeah, well, Gringotts are going to be getting revived for himself. I don't know what they're going to do now, though. They're going to be piling into a car. At least 2 of them are anyway. Silversport going to be able to get knocked down on Crusher. Hopefully he's going to get revived here, although I don't know if his teammate's going to be able to get up to him in time before Silversport go off to finish the job. It looks like they might just leave him to death anyway. There you go. Krill is going to be able to knock him out for the count. But there's still 2 members, sorry, left on their side. I don't know why there's still another badge left on the map there and why I thought that, but we're going to be seeing Blazer sit in the shower. You know what? After a hard game, a day of gaming, he definitely needs that shower. And that's, you know what? That's a good shout out for all of you guys out there. Make sure you're hydrating properly and also showering. We don't want any smelly gamers out there. So make sure you're hydrating, going to the gym, all this good stuff. Self-care is as important as playing the games. Don't forget.
Hey, don't call me out for not going to the gym. Come on.
I mean, I'm the same. I damaged my back like 4 weeks ago, and I've been using that as an excuse. Although I legit couldn't go for the last like 2 or 3 weeks. But
Lel. That's all I can say. But right now, back onto the game. I believe that speaking of back, it does seem like Nunes has been knocked down after, well, kind of losing his back from all of that fight, trying to carry his fellow team, because Fire XL is not here to carry, because we know how strong of a spine Fire XL have after carrying the team for quite a lot of time, and inclusive of out of the squads. But when it comes down to the actual game, I gotta have to say their team has been pretty decent. But when it comes down to this fight against Trident, they are not gonna do well at all, as you can see, being knocked down at 10th place. While we look down over to Lumber Mill, with one of the members from the Side of Silence being knocked down, and that is gonna be Dez. They are gonna be regrouping once again and trying to do their absolute best against the members of Chip, but unfortunately, Alien is gonna be the last member remaining, and Dandy went for a wide peek and eventually brought down the final member from the side of Shift, and Silence will not even lose a single man from that encounter.
yeah, I mean, just going to be able to walk away from that or shift away from that situation, looking fairly well for themselves. Hey, we've got 2 members left of Bustamundo in 2 separate buildings. At this point, we're going to be seeing Silversport going for the hunt, check around, looking for players around. I don't think they quite realize that there's a player right inside that building next to them, but don't think it matters too much. Next circle has centered on Brasilia. This would have been a beautiful game to see them actually play properly on, but nonetheless, we are going to be seeing these guys duke it out. There's going to be 8 teams left, 26 people overall, and they've just left him. They've ignored the fact that Lopez is here. They haven't realized. And he's not taking shots.
Not at all. They just want to play it safe. There's no reason for him to go out for a fight at all. There's no reason for him to shoot anyone, and we have seen that time and time again. Most of these players, they just don't want to get in a fight, except for some of these teams. But I do hear a shotgun. It does seem like Silversport is getting themselves closer to N9, and one of the members from M9 is gonna get hurt real bad, but unfortunately it does gonna seem like Madness is the one that gets knocked down. But all in all, at least they managed to get a knockdown, and they managed to pick up their Madness as well. Where's the rest of N9 though? does seem like they're slowly making their way, or not. They've decided to retreat. It kind of shows as though they had a small little hint of aggression, but after a while, they have decided to fall back and not wanting to get into the business of FFesports right now.
Yeah, I can completely agree on that front. FFesports just like, cool, we know where you are. We're going to come and get the kills. I mean, they're currently the kill leaders on the side of N9. And FFesports should know this as well. They've only got 1 kill, which is on one of the members of N9. So they're danger zone. I like this. We might see the headshot coming out from Chef. He is actually a fairly good sniper, so I'd be interested to see him actually hitting some shots with it. I like that one in the window, but it doesn't quite happen. We're going to be seeing Victor on top of the building. The shot's going to be coming out from Chef. He's going to be able to land one and not the second one. Unfortunately, not going to be quick enough on that regard. But this glue wall is going to do him justice, but not for long enough. This is going to have to use up a lot of utility, and this LMG from Victor is going to be helping him just demolish this player and, well, actually the defenses that he has.
Oh, that's quite a waste. Unable to get Chef while he only have a sliver of health. While one of the members from the side of M9, and that's going to be, FFesports, which is Chef, I do believe that he got himself a little bit away, and at least he wasn't taken down. He can still play for the positioning, with most of his members being knocked down within the house, and Victor looking right through the window. That is him taking down the entirety of FFesports, and a total of 9 kills to their name. As you can see, celebrating and really happy at the fact that they are doing actually really decently well despite a really unfortunate performance in game number 2 and 3.
Vlastamundo just going to be hunkering down and be like, yeah, you know what, we will we'll just be memeing it around, and we're just going to be sticking around inside this building, but we'll have to wait and see how many kills they can get towards the end, because if they do want to try and get some of the points for the end of this game, they're gonna have to get probably about like 20 kills in this game. Like, they've got terrible points at the moment, so I don't really know if it's even possible for them to make it up into top 3 in this single game because of where they're at the moment. And we do see Wannis end up getting taken down. Navi going to be coming into town, and we're going to be seeing Lopez just getting absolutely slammed. Like, I think, you know what, he might have stood a chance there to be able to get some damage, but it was just rather lackluster. No real attempt made. And Donu is going to be able to get another kill to their name, so that's 5 kills for them. So they're only 4 kills behind N9 right now, who are 9 kills.
A total of 9 kills to their name. Navi with 5, Silence with 4, and Trident with 4. In the meantime, Nakazaki, Vasorar, as well as Vastamundo only have, well, I meant to say that they have none. No kills to their name, and a little bit grim of me to say this, but I'm kind of surprised that Vastamundo is actually still alive right now. Okay, never mind, kind of take it back. They only have 1 person, so that's still kind of within my expectations. Not exactly sure what is going on the Vastamundo, but you know what? To each his own. I would like to say that it is still too early for me to say anything about Vasorar's performances. They probably really just don't care about the day 1, and we've talked about that over and over again. So I think that I'm not going to talk too much about underperforming teams. I just want to talk about the performing teams here.
Yeah, show us some of the 360 no-scope scythes. I want to see those kills. Come on. We're going to be seeing Vastamundo still alive somehow on this front. Krill, they're going to be taking down Reverb. We'll see if they're going to be able to, try and top out the highest kills on a team, which is 14. I think across both Beeline and Navi have both achieved 14 kills in a game. With Beeline not getting a win yet, Navi did get 2 wins back to back. Or was it 3 wins? I think it was 3. I'm losing my count now, but Vix is just dancing on top of this building, which is a meme within itself. But you know what? If you're going to dance, maybe he could do that and get some health back.
Well, okay. Moving right on, at 9, it does seem like they do have an idea as to where Trident is, and just gonna be working around with that 2-man squad they have onto N9, but it's not exactly gonna bring them far into the game, but at least I would say that you know gotta do what you can at this point in time and just gotta have fun with it, because your chances of winning right now is considerably low, and in the very event that you actually meet up with a team, you're probably gonna die. So at least try to go for the placements, and if you are able to find yourself to go over to the top 4, hey, at least there's some good amount of head start points that you can work around with, and hopefully it will become a big thing when it comes down to the final games all in total. But now we finally have an idea as to where the next circle will be, and that is going to be down onto the southern side of Brasilia, with quite a lot of teams actually making themselves quite at home, namely Silence, Trident, as well as Na'Vi. And once again, same patterns apply. Na'Vi in the eastern side, except that is slightly north this time.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting landing spot for the circle, and for Trident to be in that sort of position is fairly strong. Na'Vi, on the other hand, they have got a couple of vehicles in their midst, so it could be interesting if they're able to sort of get down to the building, which we usually see 222 Elite sort of land at, well, not land at, but go to in these kind of circles, and predominantly actually usually have a fairly good chance being able to get there. But oh, we're actually going to be seeing Mers take down Victor. I wonder if he was actually still dancing at that point or not, and he's just being slapped whilst being busy, too busy focusing on getting his dance moves out. But the revive is going to be coming through on this front. We're going to be seeing Danny take a couple of shots, but nothing achieved too much. Kyrix and Virginia actually going to get knocked down. Hang on a minute. What's going on there? Nagasaki going to get some flushes out.
Oh, but King, though, despite getting a 2 knockout onto the side of Na'Vi, he's gonna go down because of the storm, and Didi comes in straight ahead and immediately went straight for the execution. It's almost as though I can hear Didi running right in and be like, "You killed my friend! Here's a death to you," kind of thing going on. Unfortunately, now that Na'Vi only have 1 person remaining, I would not believe that Na'Vi can win this game as well, and that is going to break their really good spree. I wouldn't say even a spree, but their good record of getting themselves a total of 3 Booyah to their name. And now Nagasaki dead to the hands of Vasorar, looking pretty good for now, but not like it's gonna make any difference for Vasorar.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be too late. The singing is definitely coming to a stop as far as it goes. So it's going to be interesting to see how much they do actually continue trying. You know what, it would be a best idea to get as many kills as possible. And we're actually going to be having Didi jumping in here with his vehicle, smashes into the fence by accident. He should have gone inside that building. He's going to regret that. He has got grenade launcher, but I don't think there's going to be much to be achieved here. Silence and Trident both have his number, and we're going to be seeing the monster truck coming in here from the N9 players. Victor tries to make his way in, and so does Krill, but they're going to get demolished by the grenade launchers here. Trident as well, trying to make their way in. The grenade preemptively being shot out by one of the players there. Now round from the corner, Dez is going to be blocking these guys in, saying, haha, stay in the storm. Stay in the storm. I'm just going to lay down blue walls. I love that.
Well, unfortunately, there is another way that it can rotate over, and it does seem like Dandy is going to be finding himself dead because he's just going to be in the line of sight of the lane where Trident can actually get their way out of the zone. But for now, we're just going to be looking at the perspective of Mers. He's going to be the last member remaining coming from the side of Trident, but I believe that the rest of the side of Silence would want to whip up all of their sides and do something against Mers. And it doesn't seem like the blue wall is going to be allowing Silence to get even closer with all of these sides. And in the end, they're going to have to resort to gun violence to bring down the final member left onto the side of Mers. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a total of 10 kills to the name of Silence. And I believe that every single one of these teams here are heavily handicapped and not much people to work with. Even for Vasorar, I think that only 3 of them remains. Donu, in the end, made a really quick choice of popping down the blue wall and ensuring that Vasorar would be able to get themselves close. But in the end, it is going to be the Vector Akimbo that still does its work.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Silence go out in third, and now it's going to be a massive 1 versus 3 situation. 2 of them going to be going down to the grenade launcher. DD, look at the 1v3 these players. Reverb going to be the final one. Grenade launcher comes in, and Na'Vi gets their final game on the board, dominating it with 7 kills. But overall, what was that, 3 or 4 wins? I'm losing track now. They've had a massive amount of booyahs on their side. 4. Yeah, I mean, I'm losing track. There's too many of them, mate.
Well, at this point in time, I wouldn't even say that that's just like cast as curse or cast as jinx or anything. I thought that Na'Vi really would have a chance to win that game solely because of the fact that, well, let's be honest, they only had like one person to their name. Like, how did they even do that? Most importantly, I didn't quite realize that there is a potential of a random grenade launcher coming out on their side, and that is one of the reasons why, well, Na'Vi got the win. It was kind of like the one-shot wonder that DD gonna have to do. He did it, popped all 3 members from FFesports down, and that is the punishment for huddling together and technically celebrating too early.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a meme. I did know DD had his grenade launcher. He had it when he was sitting in the car, so I was like, oh, is he going to jump out there and do some kills? Apparently not, but later on he was able to. Oh, MCES with that shot was absolutely beautiful onto that player of Na'Vi, which landed them with only three players going on. Gringux, this is just an absolute like brutality from the side of Trident. It didn't even really seem like Grub Esports stood on any kind of chance in that scenario. And I mean, special mention, I guess, to Silence, the fact that they managed to get the top kills with, if I'm right in saying, 10 total in that one. So we've had 14 kills for Beeline in the first game. I think in the third game we saw Na'Vi win with 14 kills, and then obviously 10 kills with Silence in that final game. With, you know what, with FFesports trying to get a couple of their own as well.
I believe that although we don't have the results right in our faces just yet, just by looking at the game, looking at the kills, I would believe that the leaderboards is rather top heavy, with a good amount of kills on the side of Silence, Trident, and Na'Vi. And I think N9, if I remember correctly, these 4 teams are the one that technically got the most amount of kills to themselves. So when it comes down to the overall rankings, I would not I definitely don't think that there will be any massive changes. I believe that it was first place on to Na'Vi, second place Trident, third place Beeline, somewhere around the lines, right? So we're gonna have to take a look at the amount of kills throughout the board, and that is gonna be DD with a total of 7 kills to his name. If not for the grenade launcher, that will be 4 kills to his name.
You know what? That could actually be Na'Vi taking the highest kills in this game as well. Actually, I mean, it should be. With those extra 3 kills, it could have actually landed them the highest kill rate in there, or maybe they were joint 9th. I can't quite remember how many kills they got on aside from that first team. So we'll have to wait and see on that front. But nonetheless, 6 kills on Krill, 5 kills on Donu. Oh wait, yeah. So I mean, 6 kills on Krill, going quite high on that front, and then Nizaz getting 4 kills, not too bad. So Trident showing up. Same with Silence, and so same with N9. So almost every single one of the CIS teams showing themselves up in the post-match highest kill rewards here. So GG, well played to them on that front, I guess. I'm interested to see who managed to get the highest amount of kills in that last one, because like you said, during that last game, we're not really too focused on the lowest performing teams. They are what they are. We'll see what happens next Saturday with those teams, but here we go. We're going to hop over towards the match standings now. Where are we sitting?
Well, Na'Vi doing Na'Vi stuff. A total of 9 kills to the name and a total of 21 points, and followed by FFesports finishing on second place, 5 kills, and that is 14 points. But that doesn't mean that they rank second in terms of total amount of points won, because Silence is the one that have more points than FFesports, ranking at third in terms of the placement. 8 points for placing and 10 kills. And that is a total of 18 points for Silence. So honestly, rather impressive games coming in, but I don't think that even if the fact that FFesports got 14 points, Vastamundo 7, is probably not going to make a difference. Beeline, they didn't even have any points here, so they're probably going to be staying on to third place. Trident Clan should be staying on to second place, and I believe for fourth place it was Silence, or was it the other way around? There could be a chance that Silence is third and Beeline on fourth.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And I mean, obviously 1 to 4, they are going to get a bunch of points for next weekend. So let's have a look at the overall standings see which one of these teams has managed to actually achieve these. And there you go. Almost 100 Na'Vi, almost 100, not quite even 50 kills. I'm so disappointed in that. Andre, very well played. They managed to get 4 booyahs, which is insane. First place with 98 points. Second is going to be Silence. Third is a Trident with 70 points and Beeline with 51. And keep in mind, 14 of Beeline's kills out of the 24 happened in the first game.
So unfortunately, I would call it kind of like a fluke from the side of Beeline. Although they definitely did well in their regional tournaments, but coming into day 1, well, yes, they managed to go back home with technically 1 head start point, but are they able to translate that into anything, anything good when it comes to next weekend? We're gonna have to wait and find out. But all in all, this is the overall standing with N9 at 5th, FFesports 6, Nakazaki 7, Shift at 8, Grub at 9, Silversport at 10, Vastamundo at 11, and MCS Africa at 12. A little bit unfortunate if you ask me, but what's most important is, of course, the top 4 teams. And that is gonna be Na'Vi, Silence, Trident Clan, and Beeline.
Yeah, so these guys are going to be able to walk away with some head start points. These are permanent points that they'll take all the way to next Saturday for the finale of the EMEA Invitational. Remember, this is for $200,000. It's insane. The worst prize you can walk away from is $5,000, which is just insane. And if you get, I think it's 6th place, you get 15K. That is just a huge amount of money for these teams. So I think obviously it's going to mean a lot to be able to try and keep these points as well as just perform next weekend. So overall, GG, well played. And you know what? Na'Vi getting those 4 extra points, it's a little bit scary because they definitely have the skill to be able to show up. They are in our sort of power ranking. If I actually pull that up, so my mind is completely blank right now. We had Trident, Na'Vi, Vastamundo, and Shift as our sort of potential power ranking teams. And you know what? I don't know what to think today. I don't think any of the players are really playing to their full potential. Aside from, I think Na'Vi were like kind of memeing. At the same time, they were actually being like, you know what? If we can meme but also get an extra 4 points at the end of the day, why not?
Well, I would say that in the end, it has been a really nice show from all of these players, and I just gonna have to say that they have all been doing a really good job. All in all, Na'Vi, they are pretty impressive, and I gotta have to give it over to them. But when it comes down to the actual show, will they be able to do as well? That is going to be the main question. But a friendly reminder, right? Whatever that they have earned today, the 4, 3, 2, 1 will not be reflected tomorrow, which is going to be the preliminaries day 2. That will be a whole new game all in all. And only after day 1 and day 2 will be collected for next week. So remember that. I hope that you guys have thoroughly enjoyed the EMEA Invitationals. My name is Abstract. With me is Tom. We shall see you guys again tomorrow.